Chapter 1155. I'll add more chapters for the leader of Faint Smile. Come to think of it, it's already been 20 years. That old man entered the alien sphere more than 60 years ago, including some of the time he spent rising on Earth after the awakening. He should be in his 70s or 80s now, right? Why isn't he dead yet? Indeed, those that don't die are thieves, Blind Lady asked. Where do you want to go next? I haven't made any specific plans yet. What about you? Jean Kelly asked. Without hesitation, Blind Lady immediately said, the Russian Federation's Far East region to complete my ink flower star technique. Jean Kelly pondered for a moment and said, in fact, the effects of your star techniques are already sufficient. Now that you've added Sakura Sky Domain, you have flight, high-speed movement, range perception, and the purification of the falling cherry blossoms. I think, if you add more, you'll have to find clone. Even though you have a star-quality body, it's always good to have a backup plan. Blind Lady waved her hand, and a ball of black ink appeared beside her. In the blink of an eye, a blind lady stood in the tent. She said, I have a puppet. Jean Kelly pursed her lips and said, it's not as good as my bait. This puppet doesn't have independent thinking abilities. Blind Lady said, when we were cleaning up the land of Beijiang, we never saw a platinum-quality white ghoul witch. Heian's platinum bait was really lucky. Even if we find platinum-quality bait, it won't be of much use to a rules awakened like me without any star techniques. Jean Kelly suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, speaking of the World Cup just now, I once encountered a crazy opponent whose star technique is extremely terrifying. If one doesn't die, the other won't die. He can switch seamlessly between the original body and the substitute. That's just the effect of the star technique on Earth. The effect of the star technique on the alien sphere is definitely more terrifying. On Earth, we can't enter the dimensional space in the United States, but on this alien sphere, we can go there and search as long as we're strong enough. The old man who called himself Hope Jin said that any star technique would have different forms of performance when it was of low quality, but when it reached a high quality, it could be seen that they were all homologous. For example, Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow World and the old man's Ocean Ridge World. Jiang Zhao should be able to confirm that the old man didn't have a decoy star technique. Even if the decoy was of a higher quality, Jiang Zhao didn't think that it would be immune to the effects of the star techniques of silence and blessing. Then, could it be something like a substitute? Back at the World Cup, George Starr could obviously shuttle back and forth between the puppet and the main body, but the distance was too short. The puppet could not be too far away from the main body, otherwise it would lose its effect. If the star technique of this substitution series was of the highest quality, would it be possible to switch seamlessly? Would it be able of immunity to star technique? Of two of. Star jiang two of it. Two of it, two of it. Of star then of it. Two of star. The old man's Star Warrior era was obviously an encyclopedia of Star Warrior encyclopedias that covered everything. Not only could it increase Jiang Zhao's star power realm, but it could also seal Jiang Zhao's star slots and star techniques. If there were really effects such as immunity and tyrant body, Jiang Zhao would have to study the book carefully. At the side, the blind lady asked, what star technique is it? Jean Kelly snapped back to her senses and continued the topic just now. It should be a star beast called Nightmare Puppet in the Thriller Amusement Park area of Furta State in the southeast of America. The blind lady remained silent for a while before saying, I only have 5 star slots left. I want to save them for underwater star techniques. Jean Kelly thought for a while and said, Sea Demon's body should be a platinum quality star technique that's related to underwater survival. Well, why don't you wait a little longer? Humans have yet to fully explore most of the seas in the world. There's so many types of star beasts. What if I can find a flower-type star technique in the sea? Upon hearing this, the blind lady nodded gently and said, Thank you. Jean Kelly waved her hand casually and said, Don't mention it. We're family. Tell me, where are we going next? The blind lady said gently, Let's go to Thriller Amusement Park to take a look. Jean Kelly's mood improved a little, and she immediately nodded and said, Okay, that's a coincidence. I wanted to go there too to meet those clowns and puppets. It turns out that you want to go too. The blind lady was speechless. Let's go and see what the effects of the high-quality substitute star technique are. I hope I can gain something. Battles were all about intelligence, and the disparity in information would be fatal. Of course, what made Jiang Xiao feel a little better was not only the blind lady's understanding, but also the addition of a black and white candle whale in his star map. Star quality, black and white candle whale. 5 minutes ago, Jiang Xiao, who had returned to the long-gone Skyfly Grottos, found a lone whale that was swimming quietly in the sky. Jiang Xiao did not stand on ceremony and immediately summoned his humming whale. Buzz. After the whale's roar, the dim sky at dawn became completely silent. Seemingly in disbelief, another ethereal whale roar drifted over from the sky. On the other hand, the humming whale did not show much enthusiasm. Having been spiritually connected to Jiang Xiao, it had long known of the existence of its own kind, but it also knew what Jiang Xiao had experienced tonight. Although the humming whale could not understand English and had been learning Mandarin from the beginning, the emotions in Jiang Xiao's mind and heart were connected to the humming whale. Hence, the humming whale could sense the anger in Jiang Xiao's heart. On the other hand, the lone whale in the sky was overjoyed and immediately began to roar with joy. Its huge body continuously tumbled in the sky and swam towards Jiang Xiao and the whale. Jiang Xiao's body flickered, and he arrived beside the humming whale's eyes. He said softly, "Get rid of your previous emotions. Your tribe is innocent, and it's also your only tribe member, your own kind, and your future partner. I hope it will join our team and become one of us. We'll completely sever our relationship with that old man." Buzz. After receiving the message from Jiang Xiao, the humming whale finally opened its arms and swam toward its tribe. However, Jiang Xiao sighed in his heart. The humming whale is too loyal and gentle. He knew that it was very lonely. It had once hit the transparent air wall in the underwater ruins of the lower dimension. When the humming whale saw humans for the first time, its remaining memories made it show great friendliness toward humans. It also brought Jiang Xiao to play in the underwater ruins. Hence, Jiang Xiao knew how much it yearned for companions. At this moment, a living companion was right in front of it, but because of Jiang Xiao's emotions, the humming whale chose not to acknowledge him. There were many innocent creatures, and there were also many lonely people. Everyone had their own story and their own goals. As for Jiang Xiao, he listened to the ethereal whales cry in the sky and looked at the two giant whales swimming in circles in the sky, their heads connected to their tails. He silently summoned Little Candle and threw 10,000 skill points into the interface of the little guy. Golden Red Candle, mutated black and white. Diamond grade level 0. There was one more place for him to rely on. Jiang Xiao hugged Little Candle and stood beside the eye of the lone whale in a flash. He was wearing the soul of the Sea Devourer, which made the lone whale feel extremely familiar. Jiang Xiao knew that the lone whale couldn't be the old man's star pet. It was because the old man had made it clear that he had killed the star pet with his own hands and wanted an empty star slot. Jiang Xiao stretched out his hand and gently pressed it against the cold eyes of the lone whale. He said softly, "Your original owner gave you to me. From now on, you shall follow me and join my team with your companions." Hum! The humming whale let out a cry, transmitting beautiful images into the lone whale's mind. In fact, there was no need to choose the experiences and struggles they had together. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Xiao had always treated it with sincerity and gentleness. As a member of the same clan and with the same star technique, the lone whale could definitely sense the emotions that Jiang Xiao was transmitting. 3 minutes passed, but it felt like 10,000 years. The two big fishes transmitted their emotions to each other, and in the end, their heart-shaped tails gently slapped against each other. In the sky that was gradually breaking through, the lone whale hummed in agreement. After confirming with the humming whale again and again, Jiang Xiao quickly floated over, hugged the black and white candle, and slowly moved closer to the lone whale. A few seconds later, the huge eyes of the lone whale lit up with white candle flames. At the same time, on the beach of Shia in the Mediterranean Sea, the sleepy old man slowly opened his sleepy eyes. The scene in his mind disappeared, and all that was left in his line of sight was the pitch-black curtain of night. The old man smiled, gently shook his head, and closed his eyes again. A few glass gulls flew over quietly and hopped on the rocking chair before flying to the small table. They then stuck their heads into the glass of water and pecked at the strange juice. On the other side of the long-gone continent, Jiang Shao also opened his internal star map. On the star pets section, he saw the fifth arrow given by Little Candle, which pointed to the picture of a black and white candle whale on the far right. The interface of the black and white candle whale also made Jiang Shao confirm once again that the lone whale was not the old man's star pet. It was because its star techniques were all LV1. However, compared to the diamond-quality humming whale that Jiang Shao absorbed previously, the star-quality lone whale star techniques were of a higher quality. In fact, the star techniques Sea Dream and Ode of the Seas that were connected to the target's mental state were of the star quality. Jiang Shao also discovered something strange in its name. Fifth dependency form, black and white candle whale, star quality LV8, star quality LV8. From the beginning to the end, no matter which star pet Jiang Shao made Little Candle rely on, the wild star pets would all be reset to LV1 after coming to Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Last time, after the internal star map was updated, all the astral pets that had been accumulating experience had more or less improved. The best example of this was the beeping bear, which had improved the most. It seemed that if he continued to rely on wild star beasts, he wouldn't have to suppress his level anymore. It was terrifying. The lone whale that had existed for an unknown period of time was actually star quality LV8. It wouldn't take long for it to enter the candle moon quality, right? While thinking about it, Jiang Shao looked at the two whales that were circling and playing around his body in the air. He slowly flew forward and arrived in front of the lone whale. Due to the telepathic connection, the two whales that were connected from head to tail stopped one after another. Jiang Shao reached out and pressed his hand on the cold and large eye of the lone whale again before slowly leaning his forehead against it. From now on, I hope you will no longer be lonely. From now on, you don't have to connect with others spiritually. From now on, I hope that you will only have eyes for me, just like your companions. Buzz, buzz, two melodious and ethereal whale-like sounds cut through the sky and gave the best response to Jiang Zhao's hope. Chapter 1156. Jiang Shao let the two whales play in the air. At dawn, the red sun slowly rose from the horizon and shone on the earth, painting the two whales with a touch of gold. Jiang Shao stood in the air and watched silently. After a long time, he finally came back to his senses. He put on his cloak and slowly landed on the ground. There were already 9 stars twinkling in his eyes. Star condensation, time reversal. As Jiang Shao gently tapped his finger, the blurry figure of the old man in front of him quickly became clear. However, Jiang Shao was not in the mood to look at the old man's face. His eyes were fixed on the book in the old man's hands. As time slowly reversed, the mysterious words that once surrounded Jiang Shao, transformed his body, and improved his star power realm slowly flew back to the book in the old man's hands. Jiang Shao let out a deep sigh. Time flowed backward again, but from a moment the old man transformed the stars into martial arts, condensed the physical form of the book, and flipped the book open. There was only one action, which was to flip to this page. Jiang Shao took 2 steps forward and moved closer to the old man. He lowered his head and carefully read the strange words on the top. He could not understand the meaning of the strange symbols at all, but he could remember the words on this page. After a long while, Jiang Zhao's 9-star eyes quietly disappeared, and the illusory old man in front of him also disappeared without a trace. Jiang Shao switched to the star map. A thick star map book appeared in front of his chest. With the rich star power of the galaxy stage as the background, the appearance of the Star Warrior era was completely restored. Although it was a little old and damaged, It was already beautiful enough in Jiang Zhao's eyes. Jiang Zhao raised his head and whistled. At the same time, the door of the shadow ruins opened beside him. The two whales called each other. The humming whale chased the heart-shaped tail of the lone whale, and they swam into the huge door of the shadow ruins one after another. Jiang Zhao held the star condensation, Star Warrior era, in his hand and floated in. In the Sea of Flowers Ranch, little Chongyang's body was stained with morning dew. The heavenly halberd in his hand was pressed against Chun Lingtao's head. He turned around and raised his head, only to see the huge transportation door open in the sky and the humming whale entering one after the other. Chun Lingtao felt helpless and moved his body to the side. It was an early morning exercise, but he was ravaged by a little girl. Whether it was in terms of physical fitness or combat skills, this little big brother of his was crushed in all aspects without any blind spots. Wow, there are two humming whales. Little Chongyang rubbed his eyes and looked into the sky again. He really saw the two humming whales, but he also saw the people who flew in after them. Little Chongyang casually waved her hand, and a huge sea-devouring soul cloak wrapped around her petite body. She quickly arrived beside Jiang Zhao and said, Jiang Zhao, Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao's body stopped in the air, and he turned his head to look, only to see an innocent face. There was a trace of wildness on her delicate face, and there was a unique contradictory sense of beauty. Why are there two humming whales? Did the humming whale give birth? Little Chongyang floated beside Jiang Zhao and asked curiously. Jiang Zhao's mood improved a little. He stretched out his hand and wiped the dew on little Chongyang's face. He smiled and said, The humming whale should be like us humans. We're both mammals. One can't give birth. Why did you wake up so early? The sky just brightened. I like to fight. Little Chongyang's little hand reached into his hood and scratched his head out of habit. He looked naive, but he quickly came back to his senses and asked, I was wondering why you didn't come back for a day. Did you go to find his companions? Jiang Zhao pondered for a moment and finally nodded. He did not tell her everything that happened last night. Little Chongyang did not need to bear this burden. Little Chongyang continued to ask, That's great. It has a playmate too. What's the name of this new humming whale? Jiang Zhao said, I haven't named it yet. You can help me think. Little Chongyang tilted his head and looked at it. His body flickered and he sat on a whale. Jiang Zhao had long closed the door of the Calamity Ruins. He held the book in his hand and looked around. His body flickered and he sat on a coiled cow. He lowered his head and carefully read the words on the page. Master. Chun Lingtao walked over and greeted Jiang Guoran. Jiang Zhao nodded and said, Continue training. Don't mind me. Why are you training with little Chongyang? Where's Yinwei? Chun Lingtao looked around helplessly and pointed at a huge patch of flowers. He said, Yinwei should be lying in the flowers and sleeping. Jiang Zhao nodded and said, Don't call me for dinner. Chun Lingtao looked at the book in Jiang Zhao's hand thoughtfully. He hesitated for a moment, but did not say anything. He turned around and left with the heavenly halberd in his hand. Jiang Zhao sat on the coiled cow and looked down at the strange words in the book. It was the content on this page that increased Jiang Zhao's star power realm and his physical fitness. What exactly did they represent? Jiang Zhao recalled the words and symbols summoned by the old man last night and fixed his gaze on the line in the middle of the page. He carefully recalled the strange feeling when his body was modified. As he thought about it, Jiang Zhao suddenly realized that the veil on the words in front of him was gradually lifted and turned into a broken picture. Although it was broken, it wasn't really broken. It was just that most of the contents of the pattern hadn't surfaced yet. The partial picture that appeared was half of the structure of a human body. It seemed to be the chest. There were no acupoints in it, but there were streams of astral power flowing in a strange trajectory. Jiang Zhao was overjoyed. He could slightly lift the veil on part of the picture. Does that mean? Jiang Zhao clearly remembered what kind of words and symbols the old man had used to seal his star slot. Those symbols were exactly the same. While thinking about it, Jiang Zhao hurriedly flipped through the pages and searched for the strange symbol that sealed his star slot in his memory. Found it. Jiang Zhao's fingers paused slightly. No. He looked at it for a long time and realized that there was indeed a symbol that sealed his star slot in the dense text. However, there was only one. During the process of flipping through the books, Jiang Zhao found the same text on many of the pages. Jiang Zhao sighed deeply. When the old man sealed his star slot, he did not open the book. Instead, he simply held the closed book in one hand and used the star martial transformation technique. He reckoned that the old man should be very familiar with the star martial transformation technique and had used it many times. However, he had only used it a few times to help others improve their physical fitness and star power realm. Jiang Zhao clearly remembered that the old man was applying what he learned on the spot. He flipped to the page and looked at it for a long time. He also studied it carefully for a while before he began to help Jiang Zhao transform his body. Jiang Zhao frowned and flipped through the thick Star Warrior era from the back to the front. Only the part about the Star Beast illustrated handbook was relatively clear. In Jiang Zhao's eyes, the densely packed words and symbols could all be transformed into patterns and introductions. The thick Star Warrior era should have recorded all sorts of things. At Jiang Zhao's current level, he could only read the Star Beast illustrated handbook that had been unlocked and was incomplete, precisely because he had such a large amount of knowledge. That old man insisted that the world we exist in is the space of a certain god-level Star Warrior. Is that so? Jiang Zhao's heart wavered a little. After experiencing all sorts of things in the world, the old man might have such a conjecture, but he shouldn't be so adamant about it for no reason. Wait a minute. Jiang Zhao was shocked. Just as his heart wavered, he was about to finish flipping through the book. When he flipped to the first page, Jiang Zhao was shocked to discover that he could actually understand it. Why can I understand it now, when I couldn't yesterday? The words on the first page were divided into two sentences. 4 seasons come out of the chi, and the eyes become the stars. Skin becomes the earth, and blood becomes the river. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Damn it. After reading that, the old man was extremely certain that the place where people lived was the space of a certain Star Warrior. No. According to the meaning of those words, the planet that people lived on should not be the star technique of a certain Star Warrior. It should be the Star Warrior himself. Was this planet created by a certain Star Warrior? We've been living in this person's body. Jiang Zhao's body trembled slightly, and his hair stood on end. So, the old man wanted Jiang Zhao to help him verify that the so-called breaking of the space barrier and dimension was to break out of the body of this Star Warrior. No, it's not the body. It should be noted that the old man was currently in the foreign sphere. Hence, when he pointed to the sky and gestured to the surrounding environment, he was obviously referring to the foreign sphere. The old man had taken the foreign sphere as the star technique of this god-level Star Warrior. Is it because of the relevant written records at the back? Far away, Xian stood outside the fence of the Huahai Ranch and looked at Jiang Zhao from afar. She had been wanting to call Jiang Zhao for breakfast, but Chen Lingtao told her not to disturb her master. Xian was a little at a loss. She wanted to call him, but she dared not disturb him. In the end, she had no choice but to stand at the gate of the fence hesitantly. In her line of sight, she saw Jiang Zhao raising his head in a daze and looking in her direction. Xiaopi, it's time to eat. Xian hurriedly raised her hand and called out to Jiang Zhao. However, Jiang Zhao, who had always been friendly and kind, ignored her and did not reply at all. In fact, Jiang Zhao was just subconsciously moving at this moment. There was no one in his eyes. In his mind, there was already a shocking deduction. Earth, the alien sphere. The relationship between the two could be, one is the body of the Star Warrior, and the other is the Star Warrior's star technique. The question now is, how long has Earth existed for? According to scientific explanations, it should be 5 to 6 billion years, right? Is it possible for a Star Warrior to live for so long? The old man just now obtained a massive amount of knowledge through Star Warrior era and was so powerful that Jiang Zhao could not imagine it. During the exchange, the old man once said, "I'm old." Star warriors were definitely not immortal cultivators, and their ultimate goal was not to live forever. At least, according to Jiang Zhao's current understanding, no matter how powerful a star warrior was, there would be a day when he would decline. The old man made it clear that he was very lucky to have met Jiang Xiao, who was of the same kind as him in his twilight years. In that case, could the god-level star warrior who transformed his body into Earth have existed for 6 billion years? What a joke. Or rather, he had died a long time ago, and only his body remained. Why did the dimensional space and star power begin to appear on Earth in the middle of the last century in 1950? Is it because there is something wrong with the body of this star warrior? Did it inevitably fuse with the star technique that he used to have? And this process was obviously still speeding up. His body was about to fuse with his spatial star technique. Chapter 1157. Of course, all of that was just Jiang Zhao's inference. Perhaps he would be able to refute all of his speculations by simply reading another page of paper. He hurriedly flipped to the next page, but he still could not understand it. After flipping through a few pages, he finally saw the page that he could understand last night. Star, power of the stars. Stardust, nebula, galaxy, sea of stars, starry sky, end of stars. Jiang Xiao frowned and flipped back and forth. When he flipped back to the first page, he suddenly could not understand it. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did I return to the state I was in last night? Jiang. Xian noticed that Jiang Chun had lowered his head again, and the words that he was about to shout stopped abruptly. She thought about it again and again. Forget it. She would just wait for him. Jiang Xiao raised his head and looked into the distance. Finally, he saw Xian's figure. He smiled apologetically and said, "I'll eat later." "Go ahead and eat first, Xian AI." Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he seemed to have discovered the problem. Between being able to understand and being unable to understand, his knowledge, intelligence, and everything else did not change. The only thing that changed was faith. In other words, Jiang Xiao forced himself to believe and accept the information that the book had once conveyed to him. He hurriedly lowered his head and slowly, the words that he could not understand on the first page appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind again in the form of Mandarin. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao's apple squirmed. He could no longer tell if the mysterious book was imparting knowledge to him or forcing him to believe it. It was forcefully changing his worldview and brainwashing him. However, one thing was for sure. Only by believing would the Star Warrior era be unveiled, and Jiang Xiao could read the words in it. I believe it. I really believe it. Jiang Xiao quickly flipped to the back. He could not understand. He still could not understand. Jiang Xiao quickly flipped through the pages and finally pressed on the body transformation page. Me? I believe it too much. All of this is really happening to me. Jiang Xiao kept recalling the scene that happened last night and how his body felt when he was surrounded by the strange symbols. Last night, I personally experienced the improvement of my physical fitness and star power realm because of the text and symbols in this book. At the next moment, the page in Jiang Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. All the strange characters and symbols eventually formed the structure of a human body. A clear, blue line of astral power appeared. The lines of star power surged from the head of the human body and flowed down slowly, quickly spreading out in the human body. After crawling through the entire human body in a strange route, it finally flowed back to the star bead in the human body's brain. At this point, the moving pages of the book finally quieted down. Jiang Xiao abruptly closed Star Warrior era and even crushed it into a pile of star power before pressing it into his chest. Xian was taken aback by Jiang Zhao's actions. Well, what's wrong with him? Could it be that her behavior had aroused his disgust? Previously, when she was at home, her mother kept urging her to eat, and she was very annoyed. Jiang Xiao exclaimed, "Damn it, I've fallen into a trap." Xian heard the cursing from afar and was a little bewildered. During the limited time that she had spent with Jiang Shao, she had never heard him curse at all. Jiang Shao murmured softly, "Without a doubt, if I continue to study like this, I'll really become someone's believer. My worldview will be completely overturned." Jiang Shao shook his head vigorously and appeared beside Exine Ian in a flash. He said, "Let's go. Eating is the most important thing in this world. If you don't eat, you'll get hungry." "That's definitely right." Exine Ian hurriedly caught up with him, but she stared at Jiang Shao cautiously with her eyes wide open, wondering why he would say such retarded words. "If you don't eat, won't you get hungry? What's there to discuss about that?" "Come, Xiaopi." Exine Ian's mother, and Ji Hong, hurriedly greeted her daughter enthusiastically when she saw her daughter bringing Jiang Shao back. "Thank you, Auntie." Jiang Shao sorted out his emotions and hurriedly nodded with a smile. "I'll go wash my hands first." "Huh?" Exine Ian was stunned for a moment. The others in the team might have washed their hands, but Jiang Shao, it was the same when he had his meal yesterday. Jiang Shao, who had just returned from the battlefield, summoned the tier of domain and sat at the dining table. He washed his hands and face before starting to eat. There was no such thing as leaving first and then washing his hands. Jiang Shao only realized awkwardly that he had forgotten to wash his hands after seeing the table full of dishes. At this moment, his star slot had already been sealed, so he could no longer summon the tier of domain. Hence, he had lost a lot of convenience. And Ji-Hong glared at her daughter and thought, "What's the big deal? Can't you even let me wash my hands?" Exine Ian subconsciously cringed after being glared at by her mother. She hurriedly changed the topic. "By the way, where's Wu Haoyang?" Jiang Shao was stunned too. Wu Haoyang probably fought with the ghost wolves for the entire night. Jiang Shao did not respond and hurriedly flashed to Dameng province on his disaster shadow planet. In front of him, there was an empty forest. Wu Haoyang and the ghost wolves were nowhere to be seen. Without the tier of domain, Jiang Shao could not even cry. It was as if the tier of domain had drained all his tears in the past few years. He put on his cloak and hurriedly returned to the Flower Sea Ranch. He found 2 big fish that were flying in the sky and brought them back to Dameng Planet. Buzz, as the whale-like sound drifted in the air, Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face. He actually discovered that Wu Haoyang was resting with the wolves in the forest nearby. In Jiang Zhao's mind, Wu Haoyang could clearly hear the whale-like sound in the outline of the icy blue lines. He was originally hugging a ghost wolf and sleeping soundly. At this moment, he carefully pulled his hands away and stood up to look in the direction where the sound came from. Jiang Shao flashed and stood directly on a big tree. Jiang Zhao's appearance caused the ghost wolves that were resting to come alive. They all looked at the figure standing on the tree. "Don't move! Don't move!" Wu Haoyang yelled and spread his arms, as if he was trying to stop them. Jiang Shao looked at Wu Haoyang's actions and could not help but raise his eyebrows. "It's time for breakfast." "Xiaopi," Jiang Shao asked, "huh?" Wu Haoyang said with a solemn expression, "I hope you can allow me to live with them in the future." Jiang Shao frowned slightly and said, "You can, but aren't you going back?" Wu Haoyang said, "If I go back to eat, my body will be tainted with the smell of humans again. Now, they have gradually begun to accept me. I don't want to leave." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao fell silent. Looking at Wu Haoyang's slightly tattered clothes and dusty face, he once again realized that there would always be people who were still determined to fight for their ideals. Jiang Shao asked, "Are you sure?" Wu Haoyang nodded heavily. "Yes, I'm just leaving the team temporarily. I'll return soon." Jiang Shao sighed softly and said, "Thanks for the hard work, brother." Wu Haoyang shook his head and smiled. A smile blossomed on his slightly dark face, revealing a set of white teeth. "I just want to be of more value in this team to make my life more meaningful." Jiang Shao silently looked at Wu Haoyang. After a long while, he gently nodded and said, "I'll come to see you once every 3 days. The Ghost Wolf clan is naturally suspicious and cunning. You have to take care of yourself." Wu Haoyang shook his head and said, "No, you only have to come to see me once a month. Don't appear here often with the smell of humans." Okay. Jiang Shao took a deep look at Wu Haoyang before disappearing in a flash. Wu Haoyang turned around and looked at the pairs of wolf eyes that were emitting a faint glow. He couldn't help but sigh. He had to work hard to establish trust and contact with them again. Jiang Shao brought the humming whale back to the forest lake in front of the stone villa and dove into the cold lake. The river that flowed down from the tall, snowy mountains made the lake water terrifyingly cold. To Jiang Zhao's sorrow, his star map became less sensitive after being sealed with candlelight. Endurance, the lake water was no longer as cold as it used to be. However, the two big fish began to splash around in the lake. Jiang Shao washed his body and did not disturb the two big fish from playing. Instead, he flashed away and left. After returning to the shepherd's house in the Flower Sea Ranch, Jiang Shao took off his wet sea-devouring robe, and the water stains on his body were also removed by the black cloak. He sat at the dining table, only to find that everyone was waiting for him. Jiang Shao smiled at X9's parents in embarrassment and said, Sorry, I'm late. You guys go ahead and eat. Don't wait for me. Hurry up and eat. Xin Mao Song said smilingly, not minding at all. Little Chongyang was unexpectedly obedient. As Jiang Shao picked up his chopsticks, she started eating a piece of cooked beef. Perhaps Xin had taught her some so-called rules. However, little Chongyang was indeed starving, probably because he did not manage to teach him too well. He waited for Jiang Shao to return before eating, but when he ate, he reached out to grab. Looking at little Chongyang wolfing down her food, Jiang Shao had an idea and said, By the way, little Chongyang. Huh? Little Chongyang looked over with her mouth full of food. Jiang Shao said, Today is the 5th of April, the Qingming Festival of China. We can go and see your mother. Oh, okay. Hearing this, little Chongyang nodded obediently. Indeed, it was time to go back and see her mother. She wanted to tell her mother that she had Jiang Shao now. She had someone who would accompany her and never abandon her. Jiang Shao looked at Xin Mao Song and said, By the way, Uncle Xin, whenever you want to visit, go and look for Jiang Shou on the other side of the mountain. I will come back immediately and bring you to meet the others. Although there are many savages in the Birch Forest tribe, they are all very civilized and friendly. As he said this, Jiang Shao looked at Xin and said, Teacher Fang's family lives in the Birch Forest tribe. Xin just nodded silently and did not say anything. After eating a sumptuous breakfast, Jiang Shao said goodbye to the Xin family and returned to the stone villa with the team to rest for a while. He also brought little Chongyang back to the birch forest. There, Jiang Hua and Hai Tianqing were already waiting for little Chongyang. Since Jiang Hua had always been there, there was no such thing as a reunion between Jiang Shao and Hai Tianqing. Hai Tianqing was very satisfied with living in the birch forest. During this trip, he also wanted to pay respects to the senior who had civilized the birch forest savages, Lady Zhuyu. Jiang Hua, Hai Tianqing, and little Chongyang walked in the direction of the cemetery. From time to time, they could see the savages who had returned from the memorial service. As for Jiang Shao himself, he returned to the villa and returned to the Flower Sea Ranch with Martha. After picking a few white flowers, the two of them disappeared in a flash. When they appeared again, they were in front of Gu Shi An's mother's grave. The sky was clear today, and there was no rain like during the Qingming festival. Under the illumination of the sun, on top of a quiet hill, stood a lonely grave. Standing in front of the grave, Jiang Shao took 2 steps forward and cleaned the tombstone and slate. I'm sorry, Auntie, Gu Shi can't come. I'll take his place, Jiang Shao said softly. Martha took 2 steps back and looked at the wildflowers and weeds around her. She summoned her combat knife and quickly cleaned them. Jiang Shao lowered his head and cleaned the slate. He also placed the white bouquet that he had specially selected in front of the grave. He murmured softly, Gu Shi is now in the Tail Feather Brigade. He has become a light chaser in the Night Guard and is also a member of the Tail Feather Brigade, guarding the borders and protecting the country. You should be proud of him. Don't worry about him. He's doing very well now. Although he wandered around and transferred schools when he was young, he has now found a sense of belonging. He also has many friends by his side. If Earth and the foreign planet really overlap, I'll bring him to see you immediately. Jiang Shao said, but he paused. If it doesn't overlap, as he spoke, Jiang Shao pressed his hand on the tombstone and swiped his finger across the words engraved on it. July 13th, 2013. Then, on the Qingming Festival in July 13th every year, I'll come to see you on his behalf. Jiang Shao lowered his head and quietened down. Only when Martha waved her combat knife and returned to Jiang Zhao's side did he look up at the tombstone. By the way, if you see little Jiangshua's parents over there, help me tell them they're safe. Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment and said softly, If you can't find them, forget it. Don't force yourself. They might not be dead. Chapter 1158. It was time to celebrate the leader of the Musing Language Alliance. After the memorial service, Jiang Shao quickly returned to the stone villa with Marta. In front of the lake, he found the two big fishes that were playing and kept them in his body. Then, a man and a woman stood in front of the lake. On the surface, they seemed to be a man and a woman, but in fact, they were both Jiang Shao, so there was no confession. Of course, if Chun Ling Tao were to suddenly confess to Marta, that would be another matter. Jiang Shao switched to the star map and turned the Star Warrior into Star Warrior. He was holding onto the thick Star Warrior era and flipped to the page that he could already understand before he had breakfast. Human Structure Diagram. The page that could increase the realm of star power and transform the body. Jiang Shao licked his lips and his eyes flickered with a strange light. On the still page, the pattern moved again. The strange star power surged into the human head and slowly flowed through the human body's meridians before finally returning to the position of the star bead in the human head. Then, the dynamic scene became quiet again. Jiang Shao pondered for a while and slowly raised his head to look at Marta in front of him. Since I can be transformed, why can't my mecha and my decoy? According to the records on this page, Jiang Zhao's eyes were fixed on Marta's forehead, while the star power in his body gradually boiled and surged waves of star energy blew away the slightly messy brown bangs on Martha's forehead, revealing her astonishingly charming face. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the scene of being transformed last night and the feeling of being transformed at the next moment. The human anatomy diagram floated out from the thick Star Warrior era in Jiang Zhao's hand. Due to the fact that Jiang Shao needed to focus, he cut off the connection with Jiang Hua in advance. So, there was no way to communicate with the senses of the decoy and the mecha. At this moment, in Jiang Zhao's mind, it was a human structure diagram that floated out, but in Marta's eyes, it was a series of mysterious words and symbols. Those who had the Star Warrior era saw everything in a completely different way from others. Jiang Shao watched helplessly as the human anatomy sketch was quickly adjusted to fit on Martha's 182-centimeter tall body. Not only that, but the human anatomy sketch also became thinner until it was the same size as Martha's body, and the contours of her body were completely compatible. The strange human structure diagram overlapped with Marta's body and gradually emitted a dark golden light. Jiang Shao frowned, and his breathing became slightly erratic. He seemed to be in pain. For some reason, Jiang Shao felt an indescribable sense of exhaustion at this moment. He clearly hadn't slept for a day and a night, but he felt as if he'd been fighting for 7 days and 7 nights in a row. Streams of star power surged out of Jiang Zhao's body, and he had no idea where they went. Jiang Shao had no idea. He had no idea. And he had no idea. This star power should be. Sure enough, Jiang Zhao's breathing paused for a moment. In his eyes, he saw the human structure diagram that was a complete fit with Marta's body. A large amount of star power surged into the head. Marta was still standing on the spot, looking at the mysterious words and symbols around her body vigilantly. It was at this moment that she felt what Jiang Shao felt the night before. Her body was cheering and her blood was boiling. It was as if every pore on her body was widened as she enjoyed the gift from God. Jiang Shao gritted his teeth and tried his best to bear with the exhaustion in his head. He then watched as his star power flowed into Martha's body under the guidance of the star power lines of the human structure map and slowly flowed through her body. Again and again, round and round. Not done yet. Why do I need so many rounds? This wasn't what the dynamic book demonstrated just now. I only needed one round. Finally, after 3 rounds, the rich star power lines finally crawled back into the star bead on Marta's head. Crack! The human structure diagram shattered. In Marta's vision, the star power words around her body also shattered one after another. Jiang Zhao's mind went blank, and he blacked out before falling to the ground. Master! A voice sounded, and Chen Lingtao suddenly appeared beside Jiang Zhao. He grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm and lifted Jiang Zhao's body. Master! Chen Lingtao called out softly, a little at a loss. Jiang Zhao had already fainted and was no longer responding. Chen Lingtao had long seen Jiang Zhao holding a strange book at the entrance of the villa. He then summoned some strange symbols and aimed them at Martha. However, he didn't expect such an outcome. Chen Lingtao carefully carried Jiang Zhao and turned to look at Marta. However, when he saw this heartless woman, there was a hint of surprise on her face. Under her bright eyes and white teeth, that smile was so bright and beautiful. She lowered her head, slowly clenched her fists, loosened them, clenched them, and loosened them again. She seemed to be sensing something carefully. At this moment, Marta's heart was in turmoil. Is this the peak of Star C? From the middle of Star C to the peak of Star C. The effect of Star Warrior era is too strong. Jiang Zhao obtained something that some people couldn't get in their entire lives in a matter of minutes. Even for the talented Star Warriors, it would take years and extremely hard training before they could reach the Star Power realm. Star Warrior era is really terrifying. So, as long as I believe in it, you're willing to give me everything. Chen Lingtao looked at the high-spirited Marta dumbfoundedly and called out carefully, Master! Marta finally raised her head and looked at Chen Lingtao. Send my body back to lie down. It should be the after effects of using the Star Warrior transformation too much. I have to sleep for a day. Send him back to his room, and you could train with Yin Wei. Chen Lingtao hesitated for a moment and said, Senior brother Yin Wei, it's still at the Huahai Ranch. You forgot to bring it back. Marta's smile froze slightly. At this moment, in the Huahai Ranch of the Xian family, there was a huge pile of flowers, and the sounds of smacking could be heard continuously. Yin Wei perfectly explained what it meant by, eat this flower and forget about him. It probably really didn't realize that its master had forgotten about it. However, it didn't matter. Why would it need a master when there were flowers? Could a master be more delicious than flowers? However, the group of coil cows around the flowers were trying their best to stimulate their star power to create flowers and feed the flower-swallowing ghost monk that never had enough to eat. Jiang Zhao's unexpected fall asleep disrupted the team's journey to conquer the world. Little Chongyang also stayed in Beijiang, but there were also benefits. Under Jiang Hua's introduction, Little Chongyang met the Fair family. Little Chongyang also saw the 6-month-old pair of twins. Little Chongyang had only seen the cubs of the savages before, but the children of the savages were huge when they were born. When the children of the savages were 3 years old, they were almost as tall as Little Chongyang. In contrast, Hai Tianqing's and Fang Xinyan's babies were a little too small for Little Chongyang. Little Chongyang, who couldn't return to the team for the time being, was not in a hurry either. With Jiang Hua by her side, she felt very at ease. Even though she had fought many battles and could be considered to have made great contributions, she was still an innocent child under Jiang Zhao's protection. After seeing the twins, she quietly knelt beside the cradle and looked at the 2 babies curiously with her big, adorable eyes. She thought to herself, did I also look as small as them when I was born? Yin Wei was eating flowers, Little Chongyang was looking at the babies, and Wu Haoyang was hanging out with the ghost wolves under the stars, becoming a man who was destined to become the Ghost Wolf King. Chen Lingtao finally felt the care and love of his master again. Marta personally trained him, and the one-sided teaching lasted for nearly a day. In the end, Chen Lingtao who was beginning to doubt his life, could no longer tell if his star technique, Body of Steel, was good or bad. Marta did not transform into a star weapon, and she was holding an ordinary sword in her hand, which greatly ensured Chun Ling Tao's safety. However, at the same time, it also made Chun Ling Tao a complete sandbag. What Chun Ling Tao and Jiang Xiao did not expect was that night, when the curtain of night shrouded the lakeside and the forest, under the twinkling stars in the sky, something happened to Martha. At night, at the edge of the lake, the sounds of metal colliding and intertwining spread throughout the lakeside and the forest. Chun Ling Tao was kicked to the ground again. He had already lost count of the number of times he had been kicked today. He was suffering in silence, but he dared not say that he was going to give up. His master was willing to train him personally. Regardless of whether it was a rare opportunity or not, there was no reason for the disciple to stop unless his master told him to. Chun Ling Tao still had a clear idea about the relationship between master and disciple. Although Jiang Xiao was of the same age as him, Chun Ling Tao placed himself in a very proper position and respected his master very much. The battle was still going on and would not stop because of his fall. After all, he was not dead yet. Before Chun Ling Tao could react, he felt a blur in front of his eyes, and the ghostly figure appeared again. Boom! There was a muffled sound. It was the sound of a knee colliding with a chest. Marta moved quickly and knelt down, hitting Chun Ling Tao's chest with her knee. While giving him a strong blow, she also fixed his body in place so that he could not get up and escape. Chun Ling Tao's body of steel was indeed what gave Marta the right to be presumptuous. In such a battle situation, the heavy halberd in Chun Ling Tao's hand was clearly not suitable for blocking. He decisively abandoned the halberd and used all his strength to raise his elbow, smashing it heavily towards Marta. However, his wrist was forcefully grabbed by a cold, lily-white hand and pressed to the ground. The advantage in strength and the complete suppression in physical fitness made this battle unequal to begin with. Marta's action was not just a simple movement. The follow-up attack came almost at the same time. When she caught Chun Ling Tao's elbow with her left hand and pressed it to the ground, the battle knife in her right hand had already slid across Chun Ling Tao's Adam's apple and made a crisp sound. Ding! The next moment, the battlefield suddenly fell silent. Chun Ling Tao panted heavily and gave up resisting. He did not struggle anymore because he knew that he was dead again. However, to Chun Ling Tao's surprise, Marta did not get up quickly and let him continue fighting. There was no such thing as resting time between the two of them. Chun Ling Tao also knew that his master wanted him to break through his limits. No matter how tired he was, he had to stand up within 3 seconds. Continue fighting. However, this time, Marta did not get up and leave. Chun Ling Tao was a little stunned. Lying on the ground, he was secretly glad that he could rest for a few more seconds. However, the more he lay on the ground, the more he felt that something was wrong. He raised his head slightly and saw Marta, who was half kneeling on his chest. Master, Chun Ling Tao looked at the motionless Marta, but he had no idea what had happened. With the help of the dim moonlight and the faint light of the sea soul lamp by the lake, Chun Ling Tao was shocked to discover that Martha's eyes were wide open. Her breathing was short and light and very hurried. It felt as though her breathing was not smooth. What's going on? Asthma? How could a star warrior with such a high physical quality suffer from such an illness? Just as Chun Ling Tao was at a loss as to what to do, streams of majestic star power surged towards him. Right in front of him, a star map of the battle blade blossomed, frantically devouring the star power that surged towards him from heaven and earth. Chun Ling Tao was a little dumbfounded. Advanced? Damn it. I'm in the galaxy stage and should have advanced faster. Why did you advance faster than me when you're in the galaxy stage? Has Master's body broken through the middle of the galaxy stage and entered the late galaxy stage? It can't be. This body just entered the middle of the galaxy stage a few weeks ago. How could it advance so quickly? Is it related to the mysterious text from before? Chun Ling Tao dared not act rashly, for fear that he would disturb Marta's advancement. He was filled with doubts, but he felt that something was amiss. How could the intensity of the star power be a small breakthrough in the galaxy stage? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chunling Tao's eyes widened abruptly. Go to hell. What? Is this a major breakthrough? This is the galaxy ascension. Damn it, you're such a bully. Not only did you trample on me for a day, you even want to step on my body to enter the galaxy stage? I know you're talented, but can't you just sneak into the woods to advance by yourself? Why do you have to step on my face and force me to watch you advance at a close distance? Although you're my master, does a disciple have no dignity? Chunling Tao felt like crying. What exactly is that mysterious text? Good master, give me one too. Chapter 1159. A month later, on the 5th of May, the Dragon Boat Festival was a lunar festival, but on the 5th of May of the Gregorian calendar, there didn't seem to be much to celebrate. However, to the Star Advent team, they received a special gift. At this moment, the 6 members of the Star Advent team were wandering around the so-called Fengdu Ghost City area at the border of Bayou City and Sichuan Province. Little Chongyang was still in the lead. She was riding on charcoal, and there was a mysterious and dazzling little star dragon with starry sky skin wrapped around her body. In this pitch-black and gloomy old castle, she saw a pitch-black, ghostly figure waving at the team next to the stone bridge in front of her. Huh? She looks very friendly, little Chongyang muttered softly. Little Chongyang mumbled softly, but he also slowed down, turning his head to look at the cavalry archer, Jianggong, behind him. Jianggong nodded gently and smiled at the adorable little Chongyang. Although she still looked innocent and naive, she was in fact already in the Starry Sky stage. After Jiang Xiao obtained the book Star Warrior Era, the star power realm and physical fitness of 5 members of the Star Advent team had been greatly improved. They were Little Chongyang, Martha, Baze, Jiang Kelly, and Blind Lady. Be it the decoy, Jianggong, or Chunling Tao, none of them had been transformed by Jiang Xiao. The reason for Jiang Xiao's actions was that he had come to a few conclusions after carefully studying the book Star Warrior Era and experimenting continuously. Firstly, there was only one chance to use the human structure diagram to provide the Star Warriors with the benefits of body transformation. After one transformation, it was as if all the remaining potential in the human body had been stimulated and the transformation could not be repeated. Secondly, there was a limit to the number of times the Star Warrior Era could be used, which was the human structure diagram in Star Warrior Era. After Jiang Xiao transformed Martha and Little Chongyang, the page with the drawings of the human body transformation became a little old, just like a tool with a certain degree of wear and tear. It was unknown how many times it would be used before it broke apart. Jiang Xiao also knew what was more important. His mecha was, of course, the most reliable. Of course, he had to be the first to be transformed. Therefore, he looked for the Blind Lady, Baze, and Jiang Kelly. After modifying the 2 mechas, Jiang Xiao fell asleep. At the current stage, Jiang Xiao could not be like the old man who could continue to fight safely after benefiting a Star Warrior. Jiang Kelly and Baze's improvement after the transformation was different, which also attracted Jiang Xiao's attention. Back then, when Jiang Xiao was transformed by the old man, Jiang Xiao advanced from Starry Sea Stage Level 6 to Starry Sea Stage Level 9, and it only took him 2 days to step into the Starry Sky stage. As for the Mecha Matilda, after being modified by Jiang Xiao, it had improved from Galaxy Stage Level 4 to Level 9. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but make some conjectures. Does the intensity of the transformation vary from person to person? Or could it be that the major realms could not be directly broken through modification and could only be fixed at the peak of Star Ocean? The second guess was destroyed by Little Chongyang. Jiang Zhao's transformation directly improved her from Starry Sea Stage Level 7 to the early Starry Sky stage. She advanced through a major realm during the process of transformation. According to Little Chongyang, she should be stuck at the threshold of the early Starry Sky stage. Jiang Kelly entered the middle of the Starry Sky stage, while Baze, who was at the peak of Starry Sky stage, reached the threshold of the middle Starry Sky stage. At this moment, the blind lady had already broken through the early starry sky stage and reached the threshold of the middle starry sky stage. That also made Jiang Xiao completely understand that the effect of the transformation did indeed vary from person to person. The more star slots, the more potential that could be stimulated, and the better the effect of the transformation. He and Martha, Jiang Kelly and Bays were all living examples of this. From that perspective, Jiang Kelly, Bays, and the others should not be humans. Being a mech under Jiang Zhao's command was obviously faster and stronger than them growing on their own. Jiang Xiao, who had the Star Warriors era, was indeed worthy of the title of Starry Sky Creator. Jiang Xiao hoped that the blind lady could advance quickly. The sooner, the better. She could help Jiang Xiao solve many of his doubts and let him see what kind of realm was above the Starry Sky stage. Jiang Xiao also hoped to find out where the effects of the old man's so-called overlord body and immunity came from, and if it had anything to do with the realm of star power. The blind lady's existence was obviously the person who would cut through the thorns and open up a path for him. Jiang Xiao didn't transform Chun Lingtao because he was only in the middle starry sky stage. In Jiang Zhao's opinion, he would at least have to wait until his disciple entered the starry sky stage before transforming him. During the process of advancement, once Chun Lingtao stepped into the threshold of the starry sky stage and got stuck in the Star Warrior transformation, the master and disciple would really cry. This rare opportunity might be wasted in vain. It was worth mentioning that after being transformed by the old man, Jiang Xiao, who was at the peak of the starry sky stage, had already followed in Marta's footsteps and entered the starry sky stage. Just as the old man said, Jiang Zhao's internal star map was shut down and adjusted again. That also proved that the old man was right, and he really did have an internal star map. Everything that Jiang Xiao was experiencing at this moment was probably the path that he had taken 50 or 60 years ago. In the past month, Jiang Xiao, whose star techniques had been sealed, had no choice but to change from a spellcaster to a fighter. What Jiang Xiao was unwilling to admit was that although the internal star map was shut down and adjusted, Jiang Zhao's archery technique, halberd technique, and fighting sword technique had all made great progress. He, who had no choice but to engage in melee combat, had gained much more in the past month than when he was fighting in the alien sphere. From a certain perspective, the old man was indeed helping him. Of course, Jiang Zhao's battle journey was even more thrilling and thrilling. After losing his patience, Jiang Xiao returned to being immortal and lost his other star techniques. Jiang Xiao also picked up his weapon and became the attacking kaleidoscope again. Jiang Xiao, she looks very friendly. Do you want to hit her? Little Chongyang's voice sounded again, awakening Jiang Gong, who was deep in thought. No, there's no need, Jiang Gong said frantically. Jiang Gong said hurriedly. When he turned to look, he saw little Chongyang riding on the back of the Black Ridge fire feather. The tip of the heavy halberd was already resting on the shoulder of a humanoid creature. The humanoid creature standing by the bridge had a hunched back, but could not conceal her massive size. Even though she was hunched, she was as tall as Black Ridge fire feather's shoulder. Her appearance was extremely close to that of a human female. She looked old and had long white hair that was tied up in a bun with a straw rope. Little Chongyang obediently moved the halberd away, while the old lady smiled kindly and did not seem to care about little Chongyang's actions. Instead, she waved her hands and gestured for the few people at the back of the team to come forward. As the huge old woman waved her hand, a shabby bowl appeared in her withered, bark-like left hand. She handed it to little Chongyang. Huh? Are you really going to let me drink it? Little Chongyang's face was full of vigilance. Little Star Dragon, wrapped around her body, curiously stuck its head out to look around. It came before the bowl and curiously observed the thick red soup within. Was what Jiang Xiao said true? Is there really such a friendly creature in this gloomy and terrifying area? Jiang Gong reined in his horse and tilted his head to look at the color of the soup. He then said, "Drink it." "Oh, bring it over for me," said little Chongyang as she patted Star Dragon's skin. Little Star Dragon opened its mouth, grabbed the worn-out bowl, and pulled it back. However, the old lady refused to let go. Not only that, but as Star Dragon pulled the bowl back, the old lady's body expanded further and her arms extended continuously. Upon seeing this, Jiang Gong shook his head and smiled. You know, there's a saying in China about the medical awakened star warriors in Sichuan and Chongqing. If you let go of the top-notch prescription in Sichuan and Chongqing, there will be no Mangpa soup. Chun Lingtao, who was riding on his warhorse, laughed too. It was a joke, but it was an overview of the predicament of the auxiliary star warriors in Sichuan and Bayou City. Mangpa soup came in a variety of colors. There were some that could restore vitality, some that could restore star power, some that could increase attack speed, and some that could even increase damage to ghost-type creatures. It could be said that there was a complete variety, and it was extremely powerful. However, the biggest drawback of this star technique was that the bowl of soup could not be separated from the hands of the medical awakened. In other words, once the Mangpa soup left the hands of the medical awakened star warriors, the bowl and soup made of star power would instantly shatter and disappear. That also caused great trouble for the medical awakened star warriors in Sichuan and Bayou City. Under normal circumstances, the medical awakened star warriors on the battlefield would not learn such star techniques. Not all assistants were like Jiang Xiao, who could charge at the front. Most of the medical awakened star warriors were at the back of the team and were heavily protected. It was impossible for the medical awakened star warriors to follow the shield warriors and melee fighters to charge and break through the enemy lines. Instead, they would stay beside the combat awakened star warriors and hold a bowl of soup in their hands. They would then say, "Dalong, it's time to take your medicine." Little Star Dragon took advantage of the process of bringing the bowl back and drank most of the red soup. "Hey, you rascal." Little Chongyang patted Star Dragon's skin in dissatisfaction. He bent down and reached out his little hand to hold the old bowl. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Little Chongyang gulped down the soup and expressed his complete trust in Jiang Xiao. When he was drinking the soup, he couldn't help but glance at the old woman's fingers that had been holding onto the broken bowl. Her hands were as dry as tree bark, but they were clean and her nails were neat. Hence, it did not affect his appetite. On the contrary, it reminded him of his grandmother's hands. However, compared to a human's hands, the old woman's hands were much larger. "Tisk, it's delicious." Little Chongyang let go of his hand and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, looking extremely satisfied. He even burped. The bowl of soup was delicious. Not only that, but little Chongyang also felt that his body was particularly light, as if his agility, speed, and other attributes had been enhanced. Jiang Gong teased, "Don't just focus on tasting it. You have to know that she's the only friendly creature in the Fengdu ghost zone. Her existence is more like a signal. After drinking this soup and walking on this bridge, it'll be hard for us to turn back. We might not even be able to come back. Since the moment the Fengdu ghost zone appeared, no one has been willing to set foot here. Even the Chinese army had to wait for Jiang Xiao to get rid of the evil spirits before entering. Although Jiang Xiao's star techniques had been sealed, he still had his star pets. Hence, he was indeed more suitable to be the vanguard than the other teams." Hearing Jiang Xiao's words, little Chongyang blinked and turned to look at the stone bridge in front of him. On both sides of the spacious stone bridge was a bottomless abyss. The stone bridge was very wide, but it was also very long. From the abyss on both sides, there were faint screams that sounded like the screams of evil spirits. At the edges of the two sides of the bridge, a few heads shrouded in black fog would occasionally pop out and secretly observe the crowd. They would then retract their heads and hide under the stone bridge. They seemed to be waiting for everyone to step onto the bridge. Little Chongyang thought about it and said, "Don't worry, Jiang Xiao. Although you're nothing now and all your star techniques have been sealed, you have me. I'll always protect you. If we die, I'll take you to Mom." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Chun Lingtao was also stunned. He didn't know whether he should drink this bowl of soup or not. While he was stunned, the old woman pinched Chun Lingtao's face with her big, dry hand and poured the soup into his mouth. Little Chongyang didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her words. She stared at the stone bridge that seemed to have no end. She had no idea where it led all the way to the pitch-black area. However, Jiang Xiao had previously told her that there would be a magnificent and gloomy city in the darkness. In that place, all kinds of dead souls and demonic ghosts could be found. The old woman continuously made Meng Po's soup and handed it to everyone in turn. The members of the Celestial Advent team were like primary school students lining up in front of the canteen window. They obediently stepped forward and drank the white, blue, and red soup. Jiang Xiao deliberately got off the horse and stood in front of the old woman while holding the huge broken bowl with both hands. He identified the color of the soup and hesitated for a moment before raising his head and gulping it down. Come on, after finishing this bowl of Meng Po's soup, I won't have to hesitate anymore. When I was alive, I saw the battlefield. When I died, I saw my hometown. Where's the yellow soil? You're not burying me anymore? Gulp, 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 burp. Chapter 1160. The old lady finally returned to the familiar way of feeding soup. She hunched her back and smiled lovingly while pouring soup into Jiang Xiao's mouth. Jiang Xiao gulped down the soup in a heroic manner and wanted to smash the empty bowl to show off his heroic spirit as a toxic healer. However, when he snatched the bowl and tried to smash it on the ground, the moment the broken bowl left the old woman's hand, it turned into a pile of star power and quietly shattered. The old lady looked at Jiang Xiao reproachfully and even curled her long fingers to knock Jiang Xiao's forehead. Then, she condensed the star power again and made another broken bowl. Jiang Xiao felt a little awkward and hurriedly changed the topic. This soup is really delicious. It's fragrant and mellow. Unfortunately, few star warriors in Sichuan and Chongqing are willing to learn this star technique. There are too many restrictions. The old lady did not respond and simply waved her hands to beckon Jiang Gong, who was behind her. Jiang Xiao took a few steps back and flipped open his Star Warriors era to find the page of the Star Beasts Illustrated Handbook that belonged to the old lady. The Star Beasts Illustrated Handbook clearly had no restrictions on the number of pages that could be flipped through. Jiang Xiao looked at the old lady's introduction. After more than a month of research, the Star Beasts Illustrated Handbook not only contained the names, star techniques, and Earth alien spheres of the Star Beasts, but also some characteristics of the Star Beasts. The old lady was called Madame Z. Ever since she appeared in this magical Star Warriors world, she had been looking for bridges everywhere. Of course, building cities and bridges was not her job, but the work of other evil spirits. When the old lady found a bridge, she stood in front of it and welcomed the star beasts that passed by. However, she only received star beasts outside the Fengdu district. However, due to the geographical restrictions, she had never opened a shop in her life. However, when she saw the Star Advent team, the genes in her body still existed and made her do what she should. It was her first time entertaining strangers, but she was extremely skilled. Madame Z was a star beast that did not have any desire to attack. Just like the flower plate cow, she produced and consumed her own star power soup. At the same time, her presence was also a signal. After drinking this bowl of soup, they would step onto the bridge behind her. Behind him were the gates of hell, the world of Yin and Yang, the Yama Palace, and the bottomless hell of the 8 directions. Be it beasts, gods, Buddhas, or immortals, there were no more friendly creatures. What was a little different from the Huaxia myths was that the so-called Bridge of Helplessness was right before the gates of hell, and the order was a little off. Of course, strictly speaking, this was a place where special ghost-type astral beasts gathered, and not the so-called location in the real myths and legends. After everyone in the team drank the soup, the hunchbacked old woman waved goodbye to everyone. Little Chongyang suddenly suggested softly, Jiang Xiao, let's invite this old lady home. Her soup is delicious. Jiang Xiao pondered for a moment and finally nodded. It wasn't because he coveted Granny Meng's soup, but because ever since he stepped into the ghost city of Fengdu, he had made up his mind to capture all the star beasts here in one fell swoop, so that the species of star beasts in his Calamity Shadow world would be more complete. However, He originally planned to throw the evil spirits of the 8 directions into the Calamity Shadow world first before doing anything else. After all, the evil spirits were coolies, and they were the ones who built bridges and cities. Jiang Shao said, "If we send the old lady in first, we'll have to build a bridge for her in advance. Otherwise, she'll be looking for a stone bridge for the rest of her life. Before she finds a bridge, she'll never be able to rest in peace. That's a cruel thing to do to her." Little Chongyang opened his mouth wide in shock and asked foolishly, "This old lady doesn't want to live in a house." Jiang Shao shook his head and sighed in his heart. "No, she only recognizes bridges. The old lady's genes should be the same as the behavior of every type of star beast that was unwilling to leave their territory." The more Jiang Shao read about Star Warrior's era, the more he believed that this world was created by a god-level Star Warrior. The so-called Old Lady, as well as the gates of hell, the Yin-Yang world, and the 8 directions of hell behind her, were too unique to the East. For example, the bamboo forest dimensional space in the land of Sichuan and the bamboo bears that live there, the ancient imperial mausoleum in the land of Qin, the ancient pagoda in the land of Central Plains, the sword tomb in the land of 8 provinces. As long as one deliberately looked for it, one would really be able to find many regions and creatures that were unique to China. Now that he thought about it, the regions and star beasts in the evil fruit world were also very unique. "Then, let's go build a bridge for her," Little Chongyang immediately said. "Sure." Jiang Shao smiled and waved his right hand, after which a space door opened in front of the old lady. The old lady's benevolent smile was replaced by a look of bewilderment. Little Chongyang, who was wearing a cloak, flew behind the old woman. She pushed the old woman's back with her small hands and said, "Granny, go in. Don't live alone here. I'll build a bridge for you at the door and come play with you every day." The old lady was pushed forward by a huge force. Little Chongyang's starry sky stage physique was not something she could contend with. Helpless, the old lady turned her head and looked at little Chongyang with a reproachful look, as if blaming the little girl for being so naughty. When a naughty child possessed unparalleled strength, it was indeed a headache. Fortunately, little Chongyang was quite obedient in front of Jiang Shao and was willing to listen to him. Under the old lady's reproachful gaze, little Chongyang still pushed her into the door of the Calamity Shadow Realm. "Let's go," Jiang Shao said, and led everyone into the door of the Calamity Shadow Realm. In front of them, the huge old lady with a hunchback was looking around in confusion. There was no dark fog that could not dissipate, and there were no screams of malicious spirits. The environment was no longer gloomy. Under the cover of the night, the bright starry sky was so beautiful, and the forest lakeside was also unusually quiet. At the bottom of the lake, one could faintly see the deep blue light emitted by the sea soul lamp. The difference in environment was like the difference between 2 worlds. The old lady seemed to be a little anxious. She looked around and finally fixed her eyes on the stone villa. Although this building was completely different from the magnificent ghost city, it was at least a building. At least, in her understanding, it could barely be considered a city. At this moment, she heard a sound coming from behind. The old lady turned her head and saw a young man reaching out with both hands, aiming at the huge lake under the night sky. In the blink of an eye, a row of small saplings grew in front of the lake. He saw that the small tree was growing crazily, and it looked like it was about to grow into a towering tree. However, the huge tree that should have been towering into the sky was abnormally flexible and bent down. The trunk and branches tangled together and spiraled in a beautiful parabola shape, growing towards the other side of the lake. Due to the fact that the lake in front of the stone villa was too large, Jiang Shao had no choice but to step on the wooden bridge that had just grown a little. He stepped on the branches that were surging forward and tried his best to activate his star power to create the wooden bridge. Seeing that the spacious bridge had appeared, the old lady's restless heart finally calmed down. Her emotions had also calmed down, and her expression returned to its usual benevolence and kindness. When the wooden bridge across the huge lake was formed, the old lady walked to the lakeside and stood in front of the wooden bridge again. The moment she stood firm, she smiled and waved at Jiang Xiao and the others again, gesturing for them to come over and have some soup. Then, she stepped onto the bridge behind her. Chun Lingtao was speechless. Jiang Xiao stepped forward, but the old lady paused slightly. She raised her head and looked at the stone villa in the distance before turning around to look at the lakeside forest opposite. The old lady hesitated for a moment before turning around and walking onto the wooden bridge. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on, but they hurriedly followed. In the end, the old lady stood on the bridge on the other side of the forest and stopped moving. Jiang Xiao seemed to have understood something. He turned around and vaguely saw the outline of the stone villa in the distance. He thought to himself, this old lady's back was facing the ghost city when she was in Fengdu. I'm afraid she's treating Jiang Zhao's house as a ghost town. Little Chongyang asked softly, can't we really invite her home for a visit? Jiang Xiao scratched his head in distress and said, I don't have such an ability at the moment. Maybe when I study the Star Warriors era again, I might be able to find a way to change the characteristics of star beasts and change their subconscious. Oh, little Chongyang nodded. He saw another sapling grow out of the old woman's side. It continued to grow until it became a towering tree. Its leaves were dense, and as the night breeze blew, it made a rustling sound. Little Chongyang looked at Jiang Shou curiously. Jiang Shou retracted his palm and smiled. It's May. The weather will get hotter and hotter, and the sun will be bigger. This tree can help her shade from the sun and cool down. At the back, Chun Lingtao couldn't help but pout. Is there something wrong with my master's head? Why was master never so gentle when he was training me? When did he not beat me to death? The sun? Who cares about the sun? I fought with Marta under the sun for an entire day, and you didn't even let me drink a cup of water, let alone cool down or rest. Jiang Shou placed his hands on his waist and raised his head. He looked at the dense tree in satisfaction and said, actually, I can make a tree umbrella for her, but I feel that the style isn't right. Little Chongyang, let's go. Jiang Zhao's words stopped, and his movements froze. What is it, master? Chun Lingtao asked anxiously. Jiang Xiao was delighted. He turned around and looked at Chun Lingtao. If I said, your sister came up, would you believe me? Chun Lingtao said, huh? Sister Qingchen entered the mutated ball? 5 seconds ago, Central Plains, number 1, Yi Ancient Pagoda City. Feng Yi walked into the meeting room and looked at Zhang Songfu and Jiang Sun, who were having an intense discussion. He opened his mouth and said, Nine Tails, Tail Feather Brigade came up. Jiang Sun was stunned. He turned around and looked at Feng. They came up? Where are they? Feng Yi said, Beijiang Land, Oil Region number 3 Combat Camp. Go bring them over. At the same time, Jiang Xiao, who was in the Fengdu Ghost Region, flashed and came to the number 3 Combat Camp in the Oil City region. It had already become a city of trees, with houses rising from the ground and a solemn atmosphere in the barracks. Jiang Xiao appeared at the entrance of the barracks, and after asking the soldiers on guard, he arrived at the south side of the barracks in a flash. Within the giant house, there were 2 rows of bunk beds. It was obvious that this was where the soldiers rested. There were many familiar people sitting on the bed like they were waiting for something. Xiaopi. Fu Hei laid on the bed. He was bored, but his eyes were really sharp. He looked in the direction of the door and shouted in surprise. Everyone turned around to look, but Jiang Zhao's figure had already disappeared. Han Jiangxue had just gotten up from one of the beds and subconsciously looked at the door, only to feel that someone was behind her. She hurriedly turned around, only to be hugged by that person. Oh, Han Jiangxue blushed slightly. She had never thought that he would be so strong. Seemingly noticing that everyone in the Tail Feather Brigade was staring at her, Han Jiangxue blushed slightly. However, she soon forgot about her surroundings. The person who had pulled her into his embrace was very strong. She could even feel her body creaking under the tightening and encircling of his arms. Han Jiangxue suppressed the surging emotions in her heart, raised her hand, and gently pressed it against Jiang Zhao's head. However, she didn't know what to say. For some reason, she said, My hair has grown long. It's time to cut it. Jiang Shao did not respond, and the room was terrifyingly quiet. Han Jiangxue remained silent for a long time before saying softly, "You're so useless. How long has it been since we last met?" Jiang Shao remained silent and simply buried his face in her shoulder. He had never thought that when he saw this familiar person again, he would actually feel a trace of grievance in his heart. Why? Why do I have such emotions? Was it because he had met the person closest to him? It must have been tough, Han Jiangxue said in a soft voice that was unprecedentedly gentle. Jiang Shao held it in and remained silent. Tiredness, exhaustion, and hardships didn't matter to me. I was already used to it. The problem is, if I said that I was bullied by an old man, would you believe me? The third watch continued. 12, 17, 20. Seeking monthly support. Chapter 11, 61. More updates for the kind-hearted Brother Ben. There was silence in the spacious lounge. Han Jiangxue was a shy girl, after all, and she couldn't get used to the gazes of so many teammates. Hence, she pushed Jiang Shao gently. As Han Jiangxue pushed him gently, Jiang Shao let go of her too. Sensing the teasing gazes of everyone, Jiang Shao felt a little embarrassed and said, "What are you all standing there for? You guys still dare to sit when you see the officer?" Jiang Shao then turned to look at the carefree minister Fu Hei and said, "You? How dare you lie down? Gather, all of you, stand straight." All of a sudden, all the members of the Tail Feather Brigade stood up. Yes, that's right. Jiang Shao nodded solemnly. The familiar faces in front of him reminded him of the time when he was struggling on Earth. However, there were too few people here. Feng, he had mentioned the Tail Feather Brigade, but from the looks of it, it was more like a carefully selected team. Great Sage, Withering, High Official, Shadow Crow, Five-Tailed, Six-Tailed, Seven-Tailed, and Eight-Tailed. Li Yishu, Grace Tribulation, Sure Grace Tribulation, and Heavenly Dog Zhang Wenqing were missing. If the three of them were added, it would obviously be an elite team to explore the Dragon Cave. Jiang Shao asked, "Is there anyone else?" Everyone remained silent, but Fu Hei, who had the highest position, said, "Yuan Brigade is understanding the situation with the generals of the military camp. Apart from her, this is the rest of the members of the Tail Feather Brigade. The other soldiers of the Tail Feather Brigade are still below to maintain the normal operations of the Tail Feather Brigade. Don't complain that it's too little. You should be content with so many elites and middle-level generals." "Oh," Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully. The large-scale battle between the three armies of China had already shown results. With the help of Old He, the information was transmitted without any obstacles, and the people below were able to grasp the movements in the alien ball in real time. So now they've sent such an elite team. What's their purpose? Jiang Shao didn't think that this team was suitable to participate in the battle. What kind of mission did they come with? While Jiang Shao was in a daze, Xia Yin, who was standing in a row opposite him, pouted and muttered, "Damn Xiaopia." Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and looked up at Xia Yin. She didn't change much. She was still in high spirits and full of heroic spirit. Her temperament, coupled with the cool Black Knight watch uniform she was wearing, it did not quite match with her pouting appearance. Seeing that Jiang Shao was looking at her, Xia Yin immediately glared back at him. However, she didn't say anything and simply mouthed, "Hug." Jiang Shao. Seeing that Jiang Shao was silent for a long time, Xia Yin became even more annoyed. She humphed and muttered, "Unfair? Rascal. You don't miss me at all." Jiang Shao felt his scalp go numb. Ever since he went on the mutated ball, his comrades, including little Chongyang, who was nicknamed the Great Demon King by his teammates, were extremely obedient during missions. Who would dare to stand in the line and grumble while the line was still assembled? Sigh. Jiang Shao let out a deep sigh, looking rather emotional. Xia Yin was displeased too. The sigh was obviously directed at her. She asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yan's aggrieved expression and couldn't help but sigh. "My youth is back." Xia Yan humphed and said, "You're not even 20 years old yet. Why are you pretending to be an old man?" Jiang Zhao's youth had indeed returned. He immediately retorted in a Baisan accent. According to the nominal age, I'm already 21 years old. Xia Yan suddenly said in a very pure tone, I'm thinking that you're also living in my house now. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. What the heck? I, the toxic healer, thought that I was invincible in the world. It turns out that it was all an illusion. It's just that my opponent isn't around. Attention! A hoarse voice suddenly sounded from the entrance of the tent. At this moment, not only did everyone in the tail feather squad turn solemn and tense up, even Jiang Xiao himself subconsciously stood up straight with his chest puffed out and his head held high. Jiang Xiao was standing in front of the tail feather team, but the soldiers in front of him couldn't stop the taller person at the back. Seems like you're still not tired enough. You're still in the mood to bicker. Second last stood behind Xia Yan and stared at Jiang Xiao coldly with her long and narrow eyes that were emitting a faint glow. The contrast was so clear. All of a sudden, Xia Yan's sexiness and wildness were suppressed by the terrifying, ferocious beast behind her. She seemed to have lost all of her aura. All of a sudden, the image froze in Jiang Zhao's mind. Second last position was also very interesting. She stood behind Xia Yan, while her large body shrouded Xia Yan's figure. The words that came out of her mouth seemed to be criticizing two people. Jiang Xiao remained silent, while Xia Yan panicked and dared not say another word. Jiang Xiao was infuriated and thought, am I worse than second last? Huh? Have I not fought for many years? Have I not earned enough merits? Am I weak? Why are you afraid of her, but not me? Yigu Pagoda number 1 now, second last said. Okay. Jiang Xiao responded and shot out 9 threads of star power, which connected all the people present. His figure flickered as he left. Compared to the oil camp, Jiang Xiao was clearly more familiar with Yigu Pagoda number 1, which was located at the border between the Central Plains and Yanzhou. It was also the city that the fugitives of Yin and Zhao had previously attacked. Unfortunately, Yi Zhizhong and his mountain-shattering army were in Yigu Pagoda number 2, which was in the hinterland of the Central Plains. Jiang Xiao and his team fled to the central part of the Central Plains and built the city after they were defeated by the fugitives of Yin and Zhao. Yi Qingchun would have to wait for a while before she could meet her father. However, she could meet her cousin now. After all, Chun Lingtao had already been taken into Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow Star. At this moment, he was probably with little Chongyang and looking for the old lady to drink the delicious soup of Mengpa. In the conference room, second last finally met Feng Yi again. Jiang Xiao turned into a minion and blended in with the members of the Tail Feather Brigade. He sat at the conference table quietly and dared not say anything. Second last, Feng Yi, Zhang Songfu, Jiang Sun, and 2 other officers were standing in front of the hanging map and discussing something. After a while of negotiation, Feng Yi crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the world map that was filled with markings. He said, I know your mission, but the 9-tailed dragon is no longer the same as before. Second last frowned slightly and said, Sir, I came here with an order. No, you didn't understand what I meant. I'm talking about his star slot, Feng Yi said. Upon hearing this, second last fell silent. Jiang Xiao immediately reported the information about the old man. However, Jiang Xiao did not report the exact location of the old man's residence. After all, it was an existence that had transcended the current Star Warriors world. It would be good enough if the old man did not disturb the Chinese army. Of course, Jiang Xiao wouldn't let the Chinese army come into contact with such an existence, for fear that they might be destroyed. Besides, the old man's purpose did not conflict with that of the Chinese army, and the height that the old man wanted Jiang Xiao to reach did not conflict with Jiang Zhao's current mission. However, the army still launched a major investigation. After all, a lot of information might have been leaked by the Chinese army. However, a month had passed, and the Chinese army had yet to find the person who might have leaked the information. Jiang Xiao hoped that there was no such person in the army, and he hoped that the old man had gathered the information from various sources. After all, apart from China, the rest of the world had also experienced anomalies, and many people had mistakenly entered the alien ball. Jiang Xiao was a 2-time World Cup champion, so it was impossible for them not to know. In the eyes of others, Jiang Xiao had two star techniques in one star. Perhaps it was because of Jiang Zhao's star transformation or the compatibility of Jiang Zhao's star map. However, in the eyes of the old man, it was definitely because of the internal star map. Of course, the old man was initially looking for the humming whale. Hence, he reckoned that it should have something to do with the strange couple that Jiang Xiao had seen at the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean. That made Jiang Xiao feel at ease. Second last turned to look at Jiang Xiao beside her and said thoughtfully, "But he's never stopped carrying out his mission, hasn't he?" It was actually Jiang Sun who was standing beside her. Sensing the gaze of the big cat, Jiang Sun, who was looking at the world map, subconsciously took a step back. Second last finally reacted and realized that the person beside her was just bait. "That's true." Feng, he nodded, and a trace of relief and admiration appeared on his poker face. The Black Fire Ridge in the north, the Sky Cave in Longan, the ancient Imperial Mausoleum in Sanchin, the Lightning Cave in Haisu, and the Sword Grave in the Land of Eight Provinces. He's never turned down any of the places that he should go. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Jiang Xiao, who was seated at the conference table quietly. These few words represented a region, as well as a terrifying star beast. The dangers involved seemed to be indescribable, and everyone could only imagine the various stories that had happened in that land through those few words. Sensing everyone's gaze, Jiang Xiao lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Han Jiangxue, who was beside him, reached over and gently grabbed Jiang Zhao's wrist that was resting on the armrest of the chair. Perhaps such a move shouldn't have happened on such a solemn occasion, but no one stopped her. Han Jiangxue also had a deeper understanding of why he hugged her so tightly when they met again. The pressure that the people around him were under was not something that could be explained in a few words. At least on Earth, people were watching him. On the way to the World Cup, he advanced in the name of the national team and received flowers, applause, and compliments along the way. In the Guardians of the Night, the light-chasing brigade, there were officers who personally groomed him and close comrades who helped him and warmed him up. On this alien ball, everyone's time was tight, and everyone was completing their own missions. It seemed to be a luxury for them to seek some warmth and comfort. This was not Earth, nor was it 2 years ago. Jiang Xiao was already an adult and a true warrior. He shouldn't have such extravagant desires. In fact, that was indeed the case. When Blind Lady was around, Jiang Xiao still had the mood to tease her when faced with her powerful abilities. However, ever since Blind Lady left, everything changed. In the team, be it Chen Lingtao or Little Chongyang, they were all his disciples. Jiang Zhao's identity had completely changed. There was no longer someone to take care of him. Instead, he became the one to take care of others. In fact, in the process of battle, Jiang Zhao's role was to take care of others as a support. However, after Blind Lady left, he seemed to have become the only pillar of support for everyone in the Star Rival team. Did the Chinese army lack powerhouses? Definitely not. Feng even specially held a meeting to allocate members for Jiang Zhao's team. Hence, Jiang Xiao deserved it. However, his style was the same as second last's. Jiang Xiao had extremely high standards for the selection of his team members. Second last said, his star slot has been sealed, but he still managed to pass through the dangerous areas and clear the obstacles before the army arrived. Second last then looked at Feng Yi and said, that means that he's far superior to ordinary star warriors. Feng Yi nodded and turned around to take 2 steps forward. He then placed his hands on the conference table and stared at Jiang Xiao, who was lowering his head in silence. Return to the tail, Feather Brigade. They're not only active in China, but in more dangerous areas all over the world. They're going to get more precious star beads. Before Jiang Xiao could speak, Feng Yi continued, the orders I received are different from second last's. Before she came, she received an order for you to return to the team and carry out a mission together. The order I received a few days ago was for you to make your own choice. The Commander-in-Chief of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest has given you a lot of autonomy based on your current physical condition and your previous contributions. Now, make your own choice. Everyone in the conference room was looking at Jiang Shao. He did not look up and simply said, "I'll return to the team." Second last smirked, seemingly just as she had expected. Feng Yi nodded too, having long expected such an outcome. "Are you sure?" Jiang Shao grinned and lowered his head to fiddle with the corner of his black cloak. He said, "Most of my star techniques are gone now, and I can be stabbed to death with a knife. I can be buried in any soil. I can't resist the shackles that God has placed on me, but at least I can choose where I die. I'll feel at ease if I die beside my teammates." The timing of the Tail Feather Brigade's arrival was great. Just now, before Jiang Shao stepped onto the stone bridge, he was still thinking about which soil wouldn't bury people. To Jiang Shao, the soil around second last seemed to make him feel a sense of belonging. Second last paused for a moment, for Jiang Shao seemed to have said herself. It was 3 years ago when Jiang Shao was still studying in the Star Warrior Alliance. After experiencing the incident with Judge Yin, she crossed China and rushed to the capital from the northwest to find him. At that time, she said the same thing to Jiang Shao. "It's much better to die by my side than here." As soon as she said that, Jiang Shao felt that he was really a smartass. He did not specify who he would die by, and Jiang Shao simply said that he would die by his teammates. The problem was that everyone in the Tail Feather Brigade was Jiang Zhao's teammates. Look at the emotional Gu Shi and Shadow Crow and the Great Sage, and then look at the emotional Hong Mingming and Yi Qingchen. TSK, I've really grasped the essence of being a scumbag. What is a real scumbag? Between a man and a woman? That's too low. It's not on the same level as me at all. I'm the king of toxic healers. I can make everyone in the Tail Feather Brigade scum with just one sentence. Chapter 1162. With the high-quality star bead provided by Commander Feng Yi, Jiang Shao and his Tail Feather Brigade entered the Calamity Shadow Planet. Upon returning to this place again, the members of the Tail Feather Brigade couldn't help but feel emotional. Hong Mingming frowned slightly and scanned her surroundings vigilantly. The news that Jiang Shao owned a planet was no longer a secret, but it was her first time entering Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow Planet. Hence, the scene in front of her seemed to have exceeded her expectations. While Fu Hei was still sizing up the stone villa curiously, Hong Mingming, the Great Sage, and Shadow Crow had already turned their heads and were looking at the forest lake. The gazes of the trio were astonishingly in unison. Through the wide and long wooden bridge, their gazes landed on a stooped figure in the distance. That figure seemed a little familiar to them. On Earth, they had read about such star beasts in books and seen them with their own eyes. However, the old lady was much larger than the ones on Earth. Reporting, Gu Shi and suddenly exclaimed, "Okay." Second last turned around to look at him. Gu Shi said, "I want to go, pay my respects." Gu Shi sounded a little hesitant, but before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Shao said, "Go ahead and bring the high-quality star bead you want to exchange. Come back early." Gu Shi froze for a moment. He was reporting to second last, but he got a response from Jiang Shao. Gu Shi suddenly snapped back to his senses. From now on, the Tail Feather Brigade would no longer be second last team. On Earth, second last orders were not to be questioned by anyone, and she was the only one in charge. On this strange ball, there was Jiang Zhao's existence. That undoubtedly made Gu Shi feel much more comfortable. Besides, the other members of the Tail Feather Brigade also seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. After all, apart from being subordinates and superiors, they were also friends and brothers with Jiang Shao. Without a doubt, Jiang Shao was much easier to talk to than second last. In the future, if they had any presumptuous requests, they could seek Jiang Zhao's approval instead of looking for second last. Most importantly, Jiang Shao had the final say. Gu Shi immediately yelled, "Yes." He then grabbed a bag of star beads and disappeared without a trace. Second last stared in the direction that Gu Shi had disappeared in, seemingly deep in thought. She then turned around and looked at Jiang Shao, raising her eyebrows with a hint of curiosity. Of course, she heard the words memorial but she didn't know who Gu Shi and was going to honor. Although she was called second last, she was no longer a member of the Tail Feather Squad. She was just the one who gave orders and was no longer the one who led the charge. However, after entering the abnormal sphere this time, second last could finally return to her usual combat style. Although the sofa in the office was soft, it was not comfortable for her to sit on. Jiang Xiao did not explain and simply gestured to everyone. Let's go in first. We have many things to discuss. Hou Mingming seemed a little worried. She looked at the other end of the wooden bridge, at the strange figure under the big tree. She walked to Jiang Gong's side and said, "That, Granny Z," Jiang Gong replied. "I brought her in just before you came." Hou Mingming looked at Jiang Xiao and confirmed again. "Are you sure she's not a granny?" Jiang Gong looked up at Hou Mingming with a pained expression and said, "Do you think there's something wrong with my IQ?" Granny Z and Granny look the same. I might not be able to tell them apart, but I can tell the color and effect of the soup. I'm just confirming. Hou Mingming reached out and patted Jiang Gong's shoulder. "I'm glad to see you. There are rumors about your achievements everywhere on Earth and in the military." Jiang Gong muttered. Hou Mingming said, "Xiaopi, you should have brought me along. I can help you a lot." Jiang Gong smiled and said, "Do you still shoot when you see yourself in the mirror every morning when you wake up and wash up?" Hou Mingming was speechless. "Hey, Mingming." Jiang Gong suddenly leaned towards Hou Mingming and asked softly, "If you meet someone who also uses archery, will you be very hostile towards him?" Hou Mingming thought about it seriously and said, "That depends on his archery skills. I won't keep staring at a small fry. Besides, if he's not an enemy, I won't be hostile towards him." Jiang Gong nodded, but he sighed in his heart. Although Hou Mingming expressed it very clearly and said that she would not be hostile towards him, he was not very sure if his archery skills would attract Sister P's desire to compete with him. In Jiang Zhao's opinion, if the page still had durability, it would be modified by Jiang Xiao after he helped the Tail Feather Squad modify it in the next few days. By then, Sister P, who was in the Starry Sky stage, would definitely be stronger than Jiang Gong. But it was a good thing that she was stronger than Jiang Gong. She might change her target. "By the way, what star power realm are you in now?" Jiang Gong asked curiously. Hou Mingming said, "The intermediate Starry Sea stage." "Oh!" Jiang Gong suddenly thought of something and asked, "The old cadre didn't come up?" Hou Mingming nodded. Apart from the Tail Feather team, the four-man team that was carefully selected are all the type to attack cities. Calm people like Zhao Wenlong are all left to guard the borders. While following Jiang Xiao into the stone villa, Hou Mingming asked, "Why do you say archer? Do you have a powerful archer on the alien ball?" Jiang Gong had a strange expression on his face as he stretched out his finger and pointed at the tip of his nose. Hou Mingming nodded without much of a reaction. If it were someone else, she might have paid special attention to them. But Jiang Zhao's offensive skills were certified by the world. He did not just talk about it, but he did it for real. Even when Hou Mingming turned into a star weapon, her mind was filled with the image of Jiang Xiao shooting arrows. Besides, she also succeeded because of Jiang Zhao's guidance. Hence, there were not many accidents after that. However, Hou Mingming was thinking about something completely different from Jiang Gong at this moment. Jiang Zhao's body was just an offensive kaleidoscope without the star technique of archery, but Jiang Gong was a pure archer. Once the black feather arrows were fired, it would definitely attract Hou Mingming's attention. Jiang Gong could imagine what kind of atmosphere he would have to fight in the future. That was a good thing, too. As long as it was a healthy competition, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Jiang Gong wanted to ask Hou Mingming's boyfriend, Zhang Run, but he hesitated for a while and decided not to. He reckoned that the feeling of parting would probably be terrible. Everyone in the Tail Feather Brigade had not only risked their lives to carry out the mission on the alien ball, but they also risked the possibility of the alien ball being unable to integrate with Earth forever. As soon as Jiang Gong and Hou Mingming entered the house, they heard a surprised voice coming from the living room. "Sister Qin Shan." Qin Shan was overjoyed when he heard the familiar voice and saw Chen Lingtao, who was walking towards him. Chen Lingtao hugged Qin Shan and was so excited that he almost burst into tears. It was almost exactly the same as when he saw Yi Zhizhong. Family. She's a real family member. She's far more affectionate than Yin Wei. Chen Lingtao felt bitter in his heart. The fiendish eldest senior brother, Yin Wei, beat him up every day. Even his master's mech was ridiculously beautiful, charming him every day. Finally, my cousin is here. Someone who can talk to my master is here. Hurry and let her persuade the toxic healer to stop using his mystical abilities. If he continued to hang out with Martha, Chen Lingtao felt that he would suffer from psychological problems one day. Yi Qingshun was clearly more shy than Han Jiangxue, but the joy of reuniting did not dilute her inner shyness. When Yi Qingshun realized that she couldn't push Chen Lingtao away, she panicked and waved her hand, after which a beam of blessing landed. Chen Lingtao was immediately smashed into a pile of mud and fell to the ground. Yi Qingshun's face was flushed, and she felt extremely embarrassed. She carried the dizzy Chen Lingtao and scurried out of the living room. She was very familiar with the structure of the stone villa and carried Chen Lingtao to Jiangshou's room. However, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. Why is there movement in the third room? Is there anyone else there? At this moment, Jiangshou took out a bag of star beads and placed them on the huge coffee table in the living room. The high-quality star beads that Feng Yi provided to everyone could only be considered a part of it. Jiangshou could make up for the rest. Second last sat on the bar counter at the junction between the living room and the dining room and gestured for everyone to take a seat on the sofa in the living room. She then ordered, immediately absorb the star techniques in the star beads that have been allocated and improve the quality of the star techniques in your star map. Second last then looked at Jiang Shao, who was leaning against the wall, and said, Star map, let me take a look. Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment before opening his star map. At this moment, only the star bead of the void calamity was in the color of a moon, and there was a cluster of flames slowly spreading and circling around the moon in his 9-star map. The 9-star slot was also lit up, but it was only in the color of a diamond. Second last knew that the star slot belonged to Jiang Zhao's star pet, but she didn't think that Jiang Zhao's star pet was only of diamond quality. She reckoned that it should be because Little Candle was of diamond quality. Apart from that, the other candlelight quality star slots were all dim and there were no candlelight spreading. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Zhao's field tear, clean tier, and wounded tier star slots were still of star quality. Jiang Shao turned off his internal star map and adjusted it. He did not absorb the tier spirit star bead. Yes, Jiang Shao had the tier spirit star bead at this moment, and there were also creatures from the Forest of Tears in the Calamity Shadow world. However, the Forest of Tears in the Eight Land was not explored by Jiang Zhao's team alone. Ever since his star techniques were sealed, the 3 armies had also made some adjustments. At least the Forest of Tears was explored by the Wasteland Reclaimers and Jiang Zhao's team together. The Wasteland Reclaimers had entered the Forest of Tears with sand walls and tree umbrellas. Despite the complete protection measures, the Wasteland Reclaimers and the Starfall Squad had entered and exited the Forest of Tears 7 times before they managed to clear the Forest of Tears. The Star Advent team, which had always been independent, also felt the feeling of having the support of the country. The Humming Whale, Lone Whale, and Howling Dragon had all exerted their strength, but even so, the Wasteland Reclaimers had also lost many soldiers. The Tier Spirit Star Bead was also provided to Jiang Shao by the Wasteland Reclaimers. To be honest, Jiang Shao felt rather upset when he accepted the Star Beads. Although the Tier Spirit Star Bead looked clean, Jiang Shao felt that it was stained with the blood of the soldiers. There's only the space-time rift and the Calamity Shadow ruins, Second Last said with a slight frown. As she spoke, she turned to look at the door. Yi Qingshun walked back with a flushed face, but a little head popped out from the door behind her and looked at the big brothers and big sisters in the living room curiously. To everyone's bewilderment, a star dragon popped its head out from beside the little girl and looked at the people in the living room with its owner. Everyone present was someone who had entered the dragon cave to explore before. They were well aware of what the star dragon meant. Jiang Shao turned off his star map and waved at little Chongyang. Come here. Clang, clang, clang. Little Chongyang scurried over quickly while the bone necklace around her neck rattled. Jiang Shao smiled and said to everyone, "Her name is He Chongyang, and she's my teammate on the alien ball." Everyone stared at the coiled dragon girl dumbfoundedly, having already equated the adorable and wild girl with a monster. The monster referred to the girl's strength. Second last looked at little Chongyang quietly. Of course, she knew who he was. She had heard a lot about him. Jiang Shao added, "She's 15 years old this year, and she's in the Starry Sky stage." Fu Hei sat on the sofa and subconsciously leaned back with a look of shock. What the F asterisk CK? At the same time, the star bead in Fu Hei's hand shattered, and he didn't even realize that his star technique, silence, had already been replaced with a platinum-quality star technique. Fu Hei said with a dumbfounded expression, "When I was 15 years old, I was still a junior high school student who knew nothing." Upon hearing this, Jiang Gong chuckled and exclaimed, "Shocking! A 30-year-old man was only 15 years old 15 years ago." Fu Hei's face turned sullen, and he seemed to be speechless at the side. Xia Yin couldn't help but chuckle and mutter softly, "Rascal, I haven't seen you for a few months, and you've become more and more reasonable." Jiang Gong grinned and gave Xia Yin a thumbs up. Unfortunately, his white teeth were not glistening. Chapter 1163. Jiang Shao glanced at the people in the room and thought about it for a while before pointing at Han Jiangxue. "Her name is Han Jiangxue, and she's my sister. Go and play with her." Little Chongyang's large eyes lit up, and she asked, "Jiang Zhao's sister?" Jiang Shao smiled and patted He Chongyang's head. "Yes, from now on, she's your sister too. You have to listen to her like how you listen to me." Little Chongyang was a stubborn girl who didn't know what shyness was. She scurried to the sofa and stood in front of Han Jiangxue, sizing her up curiously. Han Jiangxue put down the star bead in her hand and looked at the girl in front of her. Han Jiangxue was one of the few people in the Tail Feather Brigade who knew about Little Chongyang. Han Jiangxue reached out and gently combed the slightly messy bangs on Little Chongyang's forehead. "Hello, Little Chongyang." "Oh." Little Chongyang nodded, but didn't know what to say. "She's Jiang Zhao's sister. How should I please her?" In a moment of desperation, Little Chongyang grabbed Little Star Dragon's horns and pulled its head towards her. "Look, it's beautiful, isn't it?" Little Star Dragon was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue didn't seem to have heard it at all. Her hand moved past Star Dragon's bright skin and landed on the bone necklace in front of Little Chongyang's chest. She then pinched the small stone slab that was hanging below the necklace. There were circles of lines on the small stone slab, and it was clearly the pattern of a circle mask. Han Jiangxue gently stroked the lines on the small stone slab with her slender fingers and said softly, "This is what he looked like when you first met him." Little Chongyang nodded seriously and said, Yes, he's wearing a mask. When he smiles, the circle mask will open up. It's very strange." At the side, Jiang Shao walked towards Second Last and disappeared with her in a flash. Second Last's vision blurred, and she immediately squatted down. She arched her legs and stood firmly on the ground, only to see an old hand in front of her. Granny Z, who was standing by the wooden bridge, shuddered in fear, as if she had seen a ghost. When she saw that it was two humans, Granny Z hurriedly went to greet them, summoning the broken bowl and soup in her hands again. Jiang Shao held the broken bowl with both hands and said, "Little Chongyang was modified by me. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be able to modify a few more people and maximize the potential of the Star Warriors, allowing them to improve their star power realm and physical fitness within a short period of time." Second Last was dumbfounded. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Jiang Shao drank another bowl of soup, took a step back, and gestured for Second Last to give it a try. "The old man sealed my star slot and closed the door and windows for me. However, he gave me a book and told me to study it carefully." Second Last stepped forward and glanced at the color of the soup before tilting her head back and drinking it. Jiang Shao said, "This book is called Star Warrior Era, and it's all-encompassing. I don't understand most of it, but there's a page in it that I have a deep understanding of. It's the page about tapping and exchanging for potential. When I first met the old man, he used this page of Star Warrior era to modify my body and improve my star power realm. Second last said, he's nurturing you, but he's also sealed your star slot and limited your performance. Yeah, Jiang Shao nodded and continued. Obviously, he wants me to change my combat style and become a melee fighter so that I can grow faster. Second last let go of the broken bowl and looked up at the smiling Granny Z. What? Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment before saying, because my star map is special, he thinks that my star map is related to space star techniques and can help him better explore this world. Otherwise, he might seal my star slot in the scourge of calamity and ruin. Second last asked, what do you mean by better explore this world? The information that Jiang Shao reported was not comprehensive. He merely mentioned that he had encountered an inexplicable old man who gave him terrifying shackles. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao explained, that old man thinks that the world we're in is the space star technique of a certain star warrior. That old man doesn't have the ability to break through the space barrier, so he hopes that I, who have a space star map, can help him fulfill his dream. Second last's face stiffened, and she turned around to look at Jiang Shao. It's like your scourge of calamity, a space of a star warrior. Second last then stepped on the ground beneath her feet. Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and said, when I first heard such remarks, I was also very surprised. However, as I read Star Warrior era, my heart began to waver. Jiang Shao suddenly changed the topic. Do you know the secret to using Star Warrior era? Second last asked, huh? Jiang Shao raised a finger and said, I do. If you don't believe it, it's just a lousy book. As long as you believe it, this all-encompassing book will reveal a lot of information to you and bring you a lot of benefits. Transforming the human body is one of them. Jiang Shao then asked, you've already entered the Starry Sky stage, haven't you? Second last answered, I did it 3 months ago. Okay. Jiang Shao stretched his hand out and pretended to pinch her arm, seemingly trying to feel the strength of her body. He said, I'll guarantee that you'll enter the middle of the Starry Sky stage, or even the late Starry Sky stage. The effects vary from person to person, and it depends on your luck. Second last frowned and did not respond. Jiang Zhao's words were indeed beyond her imagination. Star Warrior era is the old man's Star Warrior transformation that I've copied. Jiang Shao paused for a moment before continuing. However, you have to note that there's a limit to the number of times I can use Star Warrior transformation on that page. I'm not sure if I could transform everyone in the Tail Feather Brigade. Just keep it in mind. Jiang Shao did not hide anything because he had complete trust in Second Last. Second Last pondered for a moment and asked, are there any side effects? Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and said, I've already tested it on some people, including my mechas, Little Chongyang, and 3. At this point, Jiang Shao fell silent. Second Last seemed to have realized something too. She looked down at Jiang Shao with a frown and asked, where is she now? Jiang Shao said, after the Chinese army came, she couldn't stay in this land anymore, so she left and went out to explore. Besides, I have to give you a piece of advice. She's still a member of the Star Advent team. Back then, she accompanied me to Beijing, Zhongji, Zhongyan Ludong Demong. Although she's left this land now, she's still considered outstanding in battle. If you see her again one day, you must calm down. Jiang Shao didn't mention how strong the blind lady was at this moment, because that could be used to threaten most people. However, to Second Last, it was clearly not a good idea to threaten her. She was someone who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. Upon hearing this, Second Last fell silent. At this moment, an old hand picked up a bowl of soup and handed it over again. Jiang Shao was speechless. In fact, Granny Z was bewildered too. The two of them stood in front of her and began chatting. Granny Z couldn't understand Mandarin and thought that the two of them hadn't had enough. Hence, she made another bowl of mangpa soup and handed it over. Her intention was obvious. Kids, have you had enough? If not, Granny still has. Jiang Shao took a step forward and changed the topic. After the transformation, I'll have to sleep for at least a day. Jiang Gong will report to you about the situation of the team. While everyone is absorbing the star beads, the Tail Feather Brigade has to update their intelligence too. I'll transform you in a while. Jiang Shao then tiptoed and moved his mouth towards the broken bowl, allowing Granny Z to feed him. After finishing the second bowl of soup, Jiang Shao gulped down some water and entered the depths of the forest with second last in satisfaction. He dared not stay by Granny Z's side anymore, for fear that he would really be choked to death later. Under the night sky, there was silence in the forest. Jiang Shao said, "Remember to carry my body back later. Besides, before the transformation, there's one most important thing." Second last said, "Okay." Jiang Shao said, "You're late." Expressionless, second last said in a hoarse voice, "You're the one who cleaned up Dajiang too late." Jiang Shao asked with a pained expression, "How can you blame me for that?" Jiang Shao then waved his hand abruptly, and second last subconsciously tilted her body. However, the beam of blessing did not land, and second last body froze on the spot. The conditioned reflex of her body made the frozen scene seem rather comical. Although most of her star slots had been sealed, she was still famous. It was confirmed. The toxic healer was still around. What he feared the most was the sudden silence. Under second last gaze, Jiang Shao couldn't help but shiver. He hurriedly summoned Star Warrior's Era and flipped to the page of the human anatomy diagram. Second last lowered her head and stared at Jiang Shao while her chest heaved up and down, seemingly trying to control something. Jiang Shao looked up and said, "Don't move. Don't move. There's only one chance." Second last's face stiffened, and she held it in for a long time before finally nodding slowly. At the next moment, a series of mysterious star power symbols floated out of the thick book and surrounded her body. However, Jiang Shao didn't see any star power symbols around second last at all. There was only a human anatomy diagram that slowly overlapped with second last's body. After continuous adjustments, it fit perfectly with second last's body. At the same time, a tall figure quietly appeared in front of a grave on a hill far away from the Wahai pasture. "Pa!" A bag of star beads slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The first thing Gusher saw when he arrived was the photo on the tombstone. At the second glance, he saw the withered white bouquet on the stone slab. The simple white bouquet made Gusher's heart skip a beat. He stood in front of the grave and looked around. Although the land around the grave was covered in weeds again, it was clear that the surroundings of the grave had been cleaned up compared to the pristine environment in the distance. Gusher slowly knelt on the ground and touched the withered white bouquet with his trembling fingers. He could still vaguely imagine how it looked like when it was in full bloom previously. Gusher did not have a 9-star eyes, so he could not turn back time. However, he seemed to be able to see a figure cleaning and paying respects to the grave while kneeling there. "Mom, he came to see you on my behalf, didn't he?" Gusher asked softly, but tears welled up in his eyes. He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and sighed softly before murmuring softly, "I'm sorry, Mom. I was too careless and left you too far. I won't do it again." He reached out to clear the dust in front of the stone slab and murmured softly, seemingly talking about the recent situation. Under the night sky, it was quiet on the hill that was full of blooming flowers. At the same time, by the lake in the forest. At the entrance of the forest, the old lady who was guarding the bridge suddenly discovered that there was a faint ray of light in the depths of the forest. A will-o'-the-wisp? No, that seemed to be a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes filled with stellar power that seemed to be unable to suppress the surging power in its body and were overflowing with terrifying energy. The pair of faint eyes was like a ferocious beast in the dark night. However, to Granny Z, it was more like a ferocious ghost in prison. Granny Z hesitated for a moment and suppressed the fear in her heart. She did not hide behind the tree beside her. The ferocious ghost with an astonishing aura slowly walked over while carrying a body that was unknown whether it was alive or dead. What was strange was that the old lady did not call out to it, nor did she extend her hand to give it the soup. This seemingly unintentional small detail completely subverted the setting of Granny Z, a star beast. The humanoid beast that slowly walked over was a little shaky, but it did not ask for the soup. Instead, it stepped onto the wooden bridge and slowly left. In the end, Granny Z still took a step back and hid behind the giant tree. It was not because of fear, but because the ferocious aura on the ferocious ghost was too strong. With every step it took, waves of energy surged in all directions. The diffused stellar power made people panic. Granny Z placed one hand on the tree and looked back carefully. Seeing the ferocious ghost step on the wooden bridge step by step, her heart ached. "You dead ghost! Why do you still have legs? Can't you even float?" Sigh. "My bridge, please don't let it collapse." Under the gaze of Granny Z's cloudy eyes, the ferocious ghost in her heart slowly walked to the stone house in the distance. Although it was a little frightened, and although her heart ached for her wooden bridge, Granny Z was quite pleased. Finally, this place looked a little like a ghost district should after that ferocious ghost returned. She would probably transform the stone house into her personal ghost city, right? In this way, there should be a continuous stream of warriors stepping on this bridge to conquer the stone ghost city. Her guests should be increasing, right? At the very least, it was receiving more guests than the bridge he was guarding before. Granny Z thought to herself. The stellar power in her hand flickered, and she made another bowl of soup. She, who had suffered a shock, brought the broken bowl to her mouth with trembling hands and sipped on it. The Ghost King had descended. There was hope for the ghost city. Everything was going to be fine. Let me drink some soup first to calm down. The third chapter continued. 12, 17, 20. Seeing that you has been working so hard these days, please support the Little Toxic Healer with your monthly votes. Peak. Chapter 1164. More updates for the leader of Buzzel. Jiang Shao let out a comfortable moan and stretched before opening his sleepy eyes. It had been a long time since he had slept so soundly. As soon as he woke up, Jiang Shao sensed Jiang Shou, Jiang Gong, and the rest and knew that he had slept for an entire day and night. Sleeping at night and waking up at night would give people the illusion that they hadn't slept at all. Within a day, everyone in the Tail Feather Brigade had finished exchanging their star beads. Jiang Gong and Jiang Shou had also reported everything that had happened during this period of time. The army could finally set off. However, before carrying out the mission of the Tail Feather Brigade, they still had to explore the Fengdu Ghost Zone at Jiang Gong's request and clear up the 8 directions hell. F*CK. While Jiang Shao was thinking about those evil spirits, he realized that there was someone sitting in the pitch-black room. Jiang Shao shuddered in shock. If he had been thinking about the white ghouls and ape ghouls, he probably wouldn't have had such a huge reaction. Jiang Shao, who had been deeply influenced by Chinese culture, did not have much of a reaction to monsters. However, he had always been in awe of ghosts and deities. After seeing the face of the figure, Jiang Shao chided in displeasure. "What are you doing? Where are you guarding the corpses?" Not far away, Gu Shun stood up from the chair and walked towards the bed. "You're awake." Jiang Shao looked at Gu Shun suspiciously. After a while, he got off the bed and gave Gu Shun a big hug. "Hey, let me give you a hug too. Why did you learn bad things from Xia Yin after not seeing you for a few months? Are you jealous now?" Gu Shun was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao patted Gu Shun's back and said, "Okay, it's about time. Go gather everyone. We're going to carry out the mission." To his surprise, Gu Shun remained silent. He did not move away. Instead, he wrapped his strong arms around Jiang Shao tightly and said softly, "Brother, thank you." Jiang Shao finally realized that Gu Shun was not excited because of their reunion. It was very likely that he saw what Jiang Shao and Marta did when he went to pay his respects to his mother. Without enduring it, Jiang Shao felt much less pain and was able to withstand Gu Daden's strong arms. "Hey, what's that saying again? There are no clouds apart from Mount Wu." Jiang Shao didn't expect that he, who had lost his patience, would be able to endure the suffering of the world even more. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "We're family. Let's cut to the chase. I brought Auntie here so it's only right for me to do so. I'm just going to visit Annie during the Qingming festival. Please don't blame me for not visiting her often." However, Gu Shi and remained silent and tightened his arms around Jiang Shao. "Hey, what are you two men doing in the middle of the night?" The door of the room was suddenly opened, and Xia Yin stared at the two of them with a peculiar expression. Jiang Shao pushed Gu Shi away and looked at Xia Yin with melancholy. He said, "The camaraderie and brotherly love we had in the past is now called gay love. Sigh, the human heart is not what it used to be. The world is so cold." Xia Yin raised her eyebrows and placed her hands on her hips. She blocked the door and barked angrily. "Little kid, you're pretending to be an old man in front of me again." Jiang Shao grinned and said, "You're just too young. You don't know how wonderful it used to be." Xia Yin suddenly puffed up her chest and hollered, "How am I young?" "Humph." Jiang Shao humphed coldly and said, "Don't be indignant. Let me ask you a question." Xia Yin said, "Speak." Jiang Shao asked calmly, "Do you know what Tu Yuan looks like?" Xia Yin was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao was speechless. At the side, Gu Shi quickly sorted out his emotions and left quietly. Jiang Shao, who was in the dark room, and Xia Yin, who was blocking the door of the bright corridor, were the only ones left. The two of them stared at each other for a full 10 seconds. Jiang Shao witnessed Xia Yan's expression change from bewilderment to a complicated one, from a complicated one to a smile, and then to a slightly aggrieved one. Finally, she strode into the dark room and gave Jiang Shao a big hug. That strength was far greater than Gu Shi, and Xia Yin said, "I thought you were dead." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Don't worry. Only good people don't live long. Scourges can live for thousands of years." Xia Yin buried her face in Jiang Zhao's shoulder and rubbed it left and right. She said in a muffled voice, "Do you still remember the incident at the Tribunal of Flame? The time when you and Xue went missing and were trapped in Teacher Fang's scourge ruins?" Jiang Shao nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I remember." Jiang Shao didn't know what exactly happened during the period of time when he went missing, but he later heard that Xia Yin was sitting by the road at the south gate of the school, crying in the heavy rain as she advanced to the galaxy stage. Xia Yin said, "I used to think that I was only worried about her." Jiang Shao was a little uncomfortable with her behaving like that. He thought about it and said, "We've been a team for so long, and we've been through life and death together for so many years. Even if we're two dogs, we've developed feelings for each other." Xia Yin was dumbfounded. She abruptly let go of Jiang Shao and took a step back, her sadness and emotions vanishing in an instant. She pointed at Jiang Zhao's nose angrily and said, "Can't you be serious for a while? Even for 3 seconds? I've been worried about you for months, and you won't even give me 3 seconds?" Jiang Shao looked upset as he muttered, "Open. Just open it at the edge of the city." Damn it. Xia Yin couldn't stand it any longer and kicked him with all her might. However, Jiang Shao was no longer the same as before. A month ago, Martha entered the Starry Sky stage on the day she underwent the transformation. Jiang Shao also entered the Starry Sky stage the next day, following the footsteps of the Mecha. Perhaps Jiang Shao no longer had the toxic healer, but the toxic healer of China had already become the Starry Sky battle. Jiang Shao caught Xia Yan's kick with both hands and stood in place without moving at all. Xia Yan's eyes were still full of anger, and she kicked with all her might, but her right leg couldn't break free from Jiang Zhao's hands. She yelled angrily, "Let go of me!" However, Jiang Shao held her ankle with one hand and pressed the sole of her shoe with the other while walking forward. Xia Yan's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Due to the force, she had no choice but to jump back with one leg while yelling, "Huh, huh, huh." It's starting. The two of them walked out of the dark room, passed through the bright corridor, and entered the living room. Xia Yan jumped back with one leg and yelled, "If you don't let go, I'll use green glow." Jiang Shao said, "I only have 2-star techniques, but you have 20 to 30 star techniques. How dare you bully me with your star technique?" As he spoke, Jiang Shao pushed Xia Yan, who was hopping on one leg, into the living room. On the sofa, Shadow Crow turned around while eating the sweet and sour thorny fruit. He had a strong perception and had long discovered the situation. However, when it really happened in front of him, Shadow Crow couldn't help but laugh out loud and spit out the thorny fruit in his mouth. Ahem, ahem. Ha ha. When Jiang Xiao saw Shadow Crow in the living room, he finally put down Xia Yan's foot and said, I'll save you some face. I'm telling you, I'm in the Starry Sky battle now. In the future, be more observant. Be. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Xiao had already disappeared. Xia Yan supported herself with one foot on the ground while a green glow circulated under her boot. She then slowly lowered her foot. As for Jiang Xiao, he was kicked all the way back to his room from the living room door to the corridor, golden green glow. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, it was 8 meters. In the living room, Yi Qingchun, who was chatting with Chun Lingtao, got a great shock. She hurriedly entered Jiang Zhao's room and asked with concern, Master, are you all right? Jiang Xiao arched his legs slightly and slid back exactly 8 meters. He could tell that Xia Yan did not use any strength at all. Otherwise, the force repulsion effect of green glow would be 8 meters. But with the power of Star Warrior, it would definitely be more than 8 meters. Yi Qingchun knew that Jiang Xiao couldn't hold back any longer. Hence, he asked anxiously, Are you injured? Let me heal you. Jiang Xiao suddenly raised his head and said, Stop. Yi Qingchun's hand froze in midair. After getting on the alien ball, Xia Yan's green glow was replaced with gold quality, while Yi Qingchun's blessing was also replaced with gold quality. Feeling aggrieved, Yi Qingchun said softly, By Xingyun, Master, it's not green glow. Jiang Xiao said, Oh, you scare me to death. I thought you were going to rebel. He had always been the one nurturing others, but now it was finally time for others to nurture him. Yi Qingchun said softly, I've already given you my blessing when you were sleeping. Jiang Xiao was speechless. I was wondering why I felt so comfortable after waking up. Turns out that something was added to the dream. It's okay. It's not embarrassing to moan in front of my disciple. Jiang Xiao nodded in relief and said, You're so considerate. I'm very pleased. Yi Qingchun said softly, 1LV asked me to do that. Everyone was very worried about you and left after seeing that you were sleeping soundly. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Did everyone see it? It's okay. As long as I don't know how I embarrass myself, it's not embarrassing. Seeing that Jiang Xiao was silent for a long time, Yi Qingchun felt a little awkward. She put her hands behind her back and lowered her head slightly. She said, Xiao Tao is already in the galaxy stage. His heavenly halberd skills are very powerful, and he can even fight with me. Thank you for your guidance, Master. It's nothing. It's what I should do. Since I've accepted you two as my disciples, of course I have to do my best. Also, there's a grimace monk called Yin Wei who has been teaching Xiao Tao for a long time. It has contributed a lot, Jiang Xiao said with a smile. Yi Qingchun hesitated for a moment and said, Master, I have a request. Jiang Xiao said, What is it? Just say it. I'll do it if I can. Yi Qingchun said, Don't let Martha watch Xiao Tao. He's very distressed. Jiang Xiao was taken aback. Distressed? Star Warrior is watching over him and protecting his safety. What's there to be distressed about? Yi Qingchun pursed her lips and said softly, That Sister Martha is a little too beautiful. Xiao Tao has just become an adult. 18 and 19 years old kids have a lot to worry about. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. I've been putting in so much effort to train him every day, and he actually has such thoughts. Is he even human? He is, forget it, is, yes, human? Yi Qingchun blushed and carefully observed Jiang Zhao's expression. All of a sudden, she heard a series of clanking sounds coming from the living room. It was accompanied by Chun Lingtao's screams. Stop hitting me, Master, stop hitting me. I was wrong. Yi Qingchun was stunned, and she hurriedly flashed back to the living room. As soon as she entered, she saw Martha beating Chun Lingtao up. Martha, who was floating in the lake and resting with her eyes closed, had already flashed into the living room. She was covered in water droplets. The water droplets splashed on Shadow Crow's face, but did not affect him from enjoying the show. He had just finished watching a good show, and now he was watching another one. Shadow Crow picked up another thorn fruit excitedly and sat cross-legged on the sofa, watching while peeling the skin off the fruit. Martha, who was covered in mist and water droplets, kicked Chun Lingtao, who was curled up and holding his head in his hands. As Martha kicked, she said angrily, "Sinful disciple, sinful disciple, I'll beat you to death, you bastard." Chun Lingtao did not know if he was hallucinating. Did Master? Did she say something in her hometown to me just now? Is she afraid that I can't understand her scolding? She's so sweet. Chapter 1165. After teaching Chun Lingtao a lesson, Martha grabbed Chun Lingtao and threw him into Jiang Shao's Calamity Shadow training space. Reflect on your actions. Jiang Shao also teleported to the Flower Sea Ranch and found Yin Wei, who was sleeping soundly, before throwing him into the Calamity Shadow training space. Yin Wei was sleeping soundly at first, but he was a little dumbfounded when he was suddenly thrown in. Although he was not in a bad mood when he woke up, he was displeased to find that there were no more flowers around the Calamity Shadow training space for him. Martha also popped her head in from the space door and hollered at Yin Wei. "When are you going to cultivate Junior Brother to the Starfall stage? When are you going to come out?" Yin Wei panicked and scurried towards the door. "Master, I'm hungry." However, Martha popped her head back and the space door closed. Yin Wei's face was already dark and gloomy, and he turned to look at Chun Lingtao. Chun Lingtao scratched his head and chuckled dryly before saying, "Master is still angry. He'll be fine after a while. Don't worry, Master won't imprison you for too long. Hey, Senior Brother, let's talk this out. Don't get physical." Second last, who was standing quietly by the lake and feeling the changes in her body, returned in a flash after seeing that Martha had disappeared. After discovering that Jiang Shao had woken up, Second last made a prompt decision to lead the team into Fengdu. Jiang Shao didn't hesitate and immediately got to work. After everyone gathered at the entrance of the villa, Jiang Shao untied the reins on the Crystal Dragon Head mailbox and mounted the Black Ridge Fire Feather. He then opened the door of the Calamity Shadow world and took the lead to dash out. Jiang Shao then rode on the horse and returned to the Fengdu Ghost Zone and the Bridge of Helplessness. Hiss! As soon as Jiang Shao appeared, he heard faint shrieks. The star beasts here were different from those in other areas. The other star beasts were all roaring and roaring, but the star beasts here were really shrieking. Some of the sounds were shrill and some were faint, making one's hair stand on end. Those evil spirits seemed to be receiving the cruel punishment and torture of hell. Jiang Shao bent down and stroked Blackridge Firefeather's mane. As he comforted it, he waved his other hand and opened the door to the Calamity Shadow world. The members of the Tail Feather Squad quickly walked out. Jiang Shao hurriedly said, "Inya, don't use the Tear of the Realm. My bell has been sealed. I can't save you if you're infected with karmic fire." The Shadow Crow nodded and observed the dark surroundings. Although it was night and everywhere was dark, the darkness of the Fengdu Ghost District was not normal. There was no moon or stars in the sky. The entire area was shrouded in pitch-black mist. In other words, there was no day here, only eternal night. Shadow Crow frowned slightly and said, "The visibility is too low. The range of visibility is even lower than my perception range." Beside him, the great sage's expression was solemn as waves of golden energy rippled out. Jiang Shao felt a sense of security when he saw his tall and sturdy body and his valiant face. Beside him, Jiang Shao seemed to have forgotten that he was in purgatory. He was really righteous and could compete with Wu Haoyang. However, the great sage was not as delusional as Wu Haoyang. Even though Wu Haoyang had experienced the baptism of the alien ball, he did not suffer as much as Sun Dashing. Sun Dasheng leaned the iron rod against his chest and tied a red strip of cloth around his forehead. He then tied up his fluffy hair. While he was doing that, Sun Dashin glanced at Marta, who was at the back of the team. In fact, everyone could feel the faint water droplets. The water droplets were very small, so small that they were hard to notice. However, when they came into contact with the skin, everyone could faintly feel a trace of coldness. The golden waves of air that emanated from the great sage's body were purifying the surrounding environment, and so were Marta's water droplets. Sister Han Jiangxue, you have a star dragon too. Little Chongyang suddenly exclaimed with a look of surprise when he saw the star dragon swimming slowly beside Han Jiangxue. After not seeing it for a few months, the little star dragon had already grown a lot and was probably 10 meters long. It had also grown much larger and could no longer be placed on Han Jiangxue's shoulder like a scarf. Its massive body coiled around Han Jiangxue's body from head to toe, protecting her tightly. Of course, the star dragon also considerately left a 1-meter radius for Han Jiangxue to move around. She reckoned that the two of them must have been fighting in this form for a long time. When a huge dragon's body coiled around Han Jiangxue's chest, it stopped coiling and instead propped up the rest of its body and head. It then froze in midair and looked in the same direction as Han Jiangxue. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and he said, "This is a good way to use it. A natural shield? Star Dragon Shield." Han Jiangxue nodded slightly and reached out to gently touch the skin of the dazzling starry sky in front of her. She raised her head and happened to see the massive dragon head looking down at her. With a hint of encouragement in her eyes, Han Jiangxue gently patted the star dragon's body that was coiled in front of her. Little Chongyang rode on the tall horse and grabbed little star dragon's horns with one hand before pulling its head over again. Looking at his thin and small star dragon, little Chongyang said with a serious expression, "You have to grow up quickly. We'll do this in the future too." Hiss! Roar! The star dragon suddenly let out a furious roar. Of course, it was not little Chongyang's star pet, but Han Jiangxue's. All of a sudden, the faint screams from the dark fog became louder. It was as if the entire Fengdu ghost zone had been shocked by the dragon's roar. It was unknown if they were asking to fight or afraid to fight. In short, the screams made everyone panic. Han Jianshui's star dragon was not actually provoking the Fengdu ghost zone. It was roaring at Jiang Shao. In the past few months, Starry Sky had been very happy. That annoying guy had finally disappeared, but why was he still around? Why did he appear again? Jiang Shao also realized a very serious problem. Little Chongyang's star dragon cub was still young, and there was no problem. However, Han Jianshui's star dragon, as well as the hidden dragon that was circling around second last, had already left the cub stage and entered the growth stage. Once Jiang Shao summoned Ao Long, would the two of them fire at the enslaved dragon? While he was thinking about it, there were no longer any members within 10 meters of second last. As soon as the hidden dragon appeared, it forcefully declared its sovereignty over the territory. Apart from Master, who was surrounded by it, everyone else had to get out of the way. The hidden dragon, which had swam half a circle, suddenly stopped moving. Due to the fact that it was naturally translucent, Jiang Shao could not see its face clearly under the night sky. However, the dragon's breath was real. The little hidden dragon that had just cleared the area and was guarding second last, actually bumped its head against Jiang Shao. Of course, Jiang Shao knew how it felt to be reunited. He did not dodge and was ready to face the hidden dragon's head. However, the Black Ridge fire feather that Jiang Shao was riding on was pissed off. The hidden dragon suddenly dashed towards him, and the Black Ridge fire feather immediately spread its thick wings, after which a huge wave of star power mixed with star sparks flew in all directions. Jiang Shao got a great shock and hurriedly wrapped his arms around the horse's neck to comfort it. "Be quiet, Shu. It's okay, it's okay. It doesn't have any ill intentions." Although the Black Ridge fire feather that had accompanied Jiang Shao for a few months was not in Jiang Zhao's star map, it was extremely intelligent and had a good relationship with Jiang Shao. Hence, it was undoubtedly Jiang Zhao's pet. What are you trying to do with such a powerful aura? I don't care if you're a dragon or a snake. We're both diamond quality divine beasts. Who's afraid of whom? The Black Ridge Fire Feather was already displeased when the Star Dragon roared at Jiang Shao just now. Now that the hidden dragon was charging towards him, it had a better chance to behave atrociously. "Come back," Second Last said sternly in a hoarse voice. Ooh, the little hidden dragon stopped abruptly and wanted to roar at the Black Ridge Fire Feather, but instead, it whimpered pitifully and looked at Jiang Shao reluctantly. However, it realized that Jiang Shao was trying his best to comfort the Black Ridge Fire Feather, as if he hadn't seen it at all. The little hidden dragon sullenly swam back slowly. Unfortunately, it was invisible, so no one could tell whether it was upset or upset. Well, since they couldn't see it clearly, they just pretend that it wasn't wronged. "Wow, there's so many dragons. I didn't know you had so many companions." Little Chongyang was extremely excited. She activated Naitai and tried her best to see the hidden dragon's silhouette clearly. At the back, Xia Yin sighed deeply and raised her elbow to place it on Gu Shiren's shoulder. "Tell me, we're all members of the Tail Feather Team. Why are we treated differently?" Gu Shiren tilted his head and kept his mouth shut. Yi Qingchen also kept his mouth shut, not daring to say a word. Previously, she had already angered Jiang Shao once. Jiang Shao had finally comforted the Black Ridge Fire Feather, but he could also sense the resentment in Xia Yan's eyes. He hurriedly said, There are. Don't worry, I guarantee that you all have dragons." Xia Yan pursed her lips and said, "There's no dragon cave in the alien ball. Do you think I don't know anything? The information has already been sent to the Tail Feather Team." Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yan with a serious expression and said, "If I say there are. Xia Yan was stunned for a moment and blinked. "Really?" Behind them, Martha's body turned into a puddle of water and landed on the ground. The water droplets pieced together, and she stood beside Xia Yan. She raised her elbow and supported herself on Xia Yan's shoulder in an almost identical posture. Gu Shiren was speechless. Martha tilted her head and whispered into Xia Yan's ear, "Half a month ago, a baby crystal dragon died in my hands. That little guy was blind and refused to follow me. I failed to absorb it, and it also turned into a pile of star power." Xia Yan suddenly woke up. "Right? There's a dragon breeding base in Jiang Zhao's Calamity World. Damn, I was a member of the dragon catching team back then. It's only been a few months. How could I have forgotten about it?" At the thought of this, Xia Yan was full of excitement and thought, "Finally, I'm going to have a dragon star pet too." Second Last said, 6 tails and I will be in the middle. The Great Sage and 7 tails will be on the left and right respectively. We'll form a semicircle and lead the way." Gu Shi and Xia Yan immediately obeyed and walked towards the Great Sage who was carrying the metal rod. Second Last glanced at the crowd and continued, 8 tails will be in the middle. Wither and Jianggong will be on the left and right respectively. You guys will be in the second echelon. Jianggong squeezed his horse's abdomen gently and moved forward with Han Jiangxue, who was wrapped around the Star Dragon. Hou Mingming, who was riding on Baishan Xiuyu, also caught up with them. However, she seemed to be sizing Jianggong up. Fortunately, the Star Dragon was large enough to block Hou Mingming, who was standing in the same line as them. Otherwise, Jianggong really wouldn't be able to stand her gaze. There were 2 cavalry archers with a dragon mage sandwiched between them. The output of the second echelon was indeed explosive. Second Last gestured to Shadow Crow and said, "Conjure Crow, wander around. Be careful." Puff, puff, puff. Before he finished speaking, Shadow Crow had already turned into a pitch-black crow. Clearly, he had minimized his size. Second Last had already promised Shadow Crow that she would go to Konkajin's area after leaving the country. After all, Shadow Crow Starbead had yet to be upgraded to a high-level one. After the quality was upgraded, there might be more interesting effects. Marta said, "I'll follow Shadow Crow and take care of him." "Okay." Second Last nodded. Marta, draped in a pitch-black cloak, flew up. Shadow Crow circled around Marta a few times and stopped on her shoulder, making Marta feel rather speechless. "I'm here to cooperate with you, not to be your transportation tool." The one-eyed crow scratched Marta's shoulder, spread its wings, and raised its head to caw. Marta's face stiffened. Scold me again? Shadow Crow was dumbfounded. Since when did I scold you? Second last said, five-tailed, nine-tailed, and five-tailed are the third echelon. He Chongyang is the last. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and remained silent. Long after the second echelon's lineup was announced, Jiang Shao had already realized the formation. Second last clearly sensed something and said, I asked you to stay at the back not for them to protect you, but for you and He Chongyang to protect the two medical assistants. Fu Hei chuckled and looked up at Jiang Shao, who was on the horse. Did you see that? That's the treatment that medical assistants deserve. Layers of protection. Look at yourself. You've been a medic for so many years, and you've become a shield. Jiang Shao was speechless. Fu Hei suddenly exclaimed, Huh? Don't send it back, I don't have a horse. Jiang Shao and Yi Qingchun both had the Black Ridge Fire Feather, but Fu Hei had to walk on his own. Jiang Shao sent Marta's Black Ridge Fire Feather into the Scourge Ruins and turned to look at Fu Hei. I won't allow you to say that about yourself. Fu Hei was speechless. Second last also summoned Xiao Xiao and sat on it. At the same time, she said in a hoarse voice, From now on, Nine-Tailed will be in command. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and subconsciously said, Yes, I'm in command. This formation, isn't it better for Han Jiangxue to be in command? Second last looked ahead at the stone bridge that led to the dark fog and said, Our goal is just the 8-directional hell. If we encounter any evil spirits along the way, we won't provoke them as long as they don't come after us. Nine-Tailed, I'll leave the team to you now. Okay. Jiang Shao took a deep breath and looked at the group of star warriors who were riding horses and entangling dragons. He was filled with emotions. How long has it been? How long has it been since I've felt so high-spirited? The team that belongs to me and the people that belong to me have finally rushed to my side. Now it seems that this Fengdu ghost region can't bury me. This great Buddha. Jiang Shao switched to the star map and picked up the crimson giant sword in his hand. However, the flower blade was larger than normal and became larger. Jiang Shao held the giant sword that was surrounded by blood mist and pointed at the stone bridge that was surrounded by black fog. He yelled, Tail Feather Team, advance! I, Jiang Shao, am going to bring my comrades to the 8-directional hell today. Whether we're ghosts or demons, gods or demons, we'll meet under the sword. Little Chongyang had never realized that Jiang Zhao's voice could be so impassioned that it made her blood boil. As soon as the Tail Feather Team set off, the iron-headed kid rode the Black Ridge Fire Feather and dashed towards a stone bridge with his heavenly halberd. Charge! Kill! Chapter 1166. Charge! Kill! Little Chongyang yelled agitatedly while charcoal red-wined. Harumph! In the next moment, Jiang Shao teleported them back together with the horse and the dragon. Little Chongyang froze for a moment. She had just charged to the front of the team. Why was she standing behind everyone all of a sudden? Was this the legendary ghost hitting the wall? Jiang Shao did not know, but at this moment, he really wanted to hit He Chongyang. Little Chongyang had been reprimanded. After Jiang Shao gave her a clear mission and responsibilities, the Tail Feather Team set off again. This time, the team was very orderly as they slowly stepped onto the stone bridge. The 4 people in front were all people with strong senses. They could be said to be observant and alert. Jiang Shao was getting more and more alarmed as he walked. Although the stone bridge was more than 10 meters wide, there was a bottomless abyss on both sides. The faint shrieks of ferocious ghosts could be heard from below, constantly provoking his nerves. However, the journey was more daunting than dangerous. The team slowly walked across the 100-meter-long stone bridge without encountering any danger. Instead, they encountered more mental challenges. Before everyone got off the bridge, Jiang Shao suddenly said, Stop. The Tail Feather Team immediately stopped. The first echelon, standing at the end of the bridge, seemed to have realized that something was amiss as they looked to the left. In the fog, Martha, who was surrounded by shadow crows, was wearing a cloak and standing in the air above the abyss. She looked at the group of ghost soldiers below her in a daze. The group of tall and thin figures was more than 3 meters tall, and there were hundreds of them. As the team advanced, the tall and thin ghost soldiers swayed from side to side in a strange manner. Judging from their attire, they looked like soldiers from ancient Huaxia. They wore hats that looked like pot lids on their heads, and the brims of their hats were pressed very low. Of course, even if the brims of their hats were not lowered, their faces were still surrounded by black fog, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. The team of such a large size advanced silently. There was a faint black fog under their feet, and as they moved forward, it also permeated the surrounding environment. Gulp! Gusher and Adam's apple squirmed. The tail feather squad did not go down the bridge, and this group of ghost soldiers also passed by the bridge. The two squads were abnormally harmonious. In a strange silence, the two teams of ghost soldiers marched for a full 20 seconds. Both sides did not interfere with each other's business, so they lived in harmony. But just as everyone was waiting for the Yin soldiers to pass through, Ho Mingming's pupils suddenly shrank. From the black fog on the left, a few ghost soldiers slowly walked out. On their shoulders was a red palanquin. Bridal sedan? No. Anyone who saw such a horrifying and strange scene would not think that it was a bridal sedan chair. The moment the bright red sedan chair appeared, it seemed to have become the only color in this pitch-black world. Second last frowned slightly. The people on and under the bridge were two completely different worlds. Although the ghostly soldiers in front didn't seem to have seen the people on the bridge, there would definitely be a fierce battle once they got off the bridge. It would be fine if there were only ghostly soldiers, but with the appearance of the bright red palanquin, the nature of the situation changed. The one sitting inside was probably one of the hell ghosts of the 8 directions, the Bloodpool Hell Ghost. No ghost would ask for a ghost sedan chair, and no ghost would be able to create a bright red palanquin in this dark world. The horrifying scene in front of them instantly turned into a scourge of ghosts. Clearly, the group of patrolling ghostly soldiers had been deceived. No matter who they thought they were carrying, it was definitely not the ghost that they imagined. The Bloodpool Hell ghosts of the 8 directions of hell were not the same as the ghostly soldiers in front of them at all. Since it was one of the 8 directions of hell, it was also the target of Jiang Zhao's mission. It seemed that a huge battle was inevitable. However, the problem was, why did the Bloodpool Hell ghost appear at the bridge? This was not where it was supposed to live. It shouldn't have appeared here at all. At the moment that the palanquin appeared, I Ching Chun said, "Illusion. Be careful. Bloodpool Hell Ghost." I Ching Chun's warning overlapped with Xia Yan's shriek. On Xia Yan's left, a hand surrounded by black fog emerged from the bottom of the bridge in the abyss on her left. The arm seemed to be able to extend infinitely and was bent in a strange arc to grab Xia Yan. It's fine that you guys crossed the bridge. However, you guys have been standing on the bridge for so long without going down. What do you mean? Why? Are you looking at the ghost soldiers in front of you and looking down on us for hiding under the bridge? Xia Yan swung her arm abruptly, and a sharp shadow blade darted out with a whoosh. Ding! A shriek sounded from the bottom of the bridge. Due to the fact that Xia Yan's star slot was not full, she had 2 of the 3 star techniques in the Fallen Shadow Thorn Star Bead, Shadow Blade and Shadow Blade Fury. Hence, Xia Yan did not replace those 2 star techniques with those of advanced quality, for fear that she would absorb the Shadow Blade protection that she had never learned before. However, even the brass quality Shadow Blade managed to pierce through the black fog hand. Besides, Xia Yan seemed to have been lucky enough to trigger a soul damage skill. The pain instantly turned from mosquito bite to a dagger that pierced the back of her hand. Offensive star techniques at the soul level were the best star techniques to clean up the Fengdu ghost zone. The ghostly hand that reached out from the bottom of the bridge and grabbed Xia Yan's ankle immediately retracted. However, Xia Yan's exclamation made the ghostly soldiers in front of the bridge stop. The ghostly soldiers should have the same mentality as the ghostly soldiers under the bridge. I'll let this matter go if you guys stand still on the bridge and don't cross the line. However, what do you mean by yelling and screaming? Don't you know how to keep quiet? Are you looking down on the ghostly soldiers? Ahem. Just as the two armies were at loggerheads, a woman coughed softly from the red palanquin. The ghostly soldiers immediately panicked and turned around, no longer looking at the stone bridge. Instead, they lined up again and staggered forward. What everyone saw was clearly different from what I Ching-shun saw when he activated Night Eye. In the blood-red palanquin, a slender, jade-like hand slowly lifted the curtains of the little window. Beautiful. It's so damn beautiful. Is this the legendary beauty in one's imagination? Everyone had different preferences, and standards for beauty were different too. However, the half-face of a woman that was revealed in the red palanquin was in line with everyone's judgment of beauty. What was beauty in one's imagination? Close your eyes and imagine what she looks like. When you open your eyes again, the person in front of you will be exactly the same as you imagined. Her existence explained everyone's definition of beauty. Jiang Xiao didn't know what the others saw, but the noble and elegant woman in the red palanquin was Han Jiangxue. It was Han who was wearing a red robe. Jiang Xue, Jiang Xiao hurriedly asked, "Is it popular?" I Ching-shun answered, "No, it's not popular." After hearing I Ching-shun's words, Jiang Xiao made a prompt decision. Silent red palanquin, six-tailed double bright light. Explore the environment. Fu Hei and I Ching-shun raised their hands abruptly and immediately enveloped the red palanquin. In the window of the palanquin, a bloody face with a menacing expression popped out. Its face was distorted, and it looked at everyone with a menacing gaze. It opened its mouth, but could not make a sound. It was bleeding all over and had already soaked the curtains of the palanquin. Drops of blood were dripping down. Bang! As the illusion shattered, everyone realized that they were stepping on a pool of blood. To be exact, it was an illusory bloodstone bridge. This time, the ghost soldiers were stunned too. They suddenly snapped back to their senses and thought, "What are we carrying? Why is a blood pool hell ghost?" To everyone's surprise, the platinum quality ghost soldiers actually abandoned the palanquin and turned around to leave. The other ghostly soldiers also left quickly. Although they knew that they had been deceived, they did not take revenge. Faced with the blood pool hell ghoul, the terrifying ghostly soldiers were terrified and fled one after another. It was much faster than the crowd using their star techniques to clear the area. That was a scene that Jiang Xiao did not expect. Gu Shi An's eyes turned into two pairs of pupils that were like two searchlights. The star power in his body was rapidly being depleted as he looked around. There were no more illusions. The battle began. Jiang Xiao hollered angrily, "Long-range star techniques, go all out. Kill!" Bang! In an instant, a series of ice-roaring, fire tornadoes, and starfall were smashed down. The big red palanquin was completely shattered, and the vengeful ghosts in it were also completely crushed into powder. Not a single corpse was left in this world. No matter how strong the creatures were, they would not be able to withstand the explosive attacks of the dragons and horses. Only a blood-colored star bead was left in the wasteland. Second Last said, "The 8 directional hell ghosts shouldn't have appeared at the end of the bridge. The 8 types of hell ghosts won't leave their own 8 directional hell. There's something wrong with this Fengdu ghost city." As she spoke, she threw a blood-colored star bead over. Jiang Xiao reached out to catch it, but unfortunately, his internal star map was in the midst of being adjusted. However, Jiang Xiao knew the information of the blood pool hell ghost star bead. After all, he was a student who had once prepared for the college entrance examination. Besides, Jiang Xiao now had Star Warrior era. Although he had learned about it in the book, he could not see the information of the blood pool hell ghost in Star Warrior era. However, Jiang Xiao had seen the blood pool hell ghost with his own eyes. The illustration was finally unlocked. After searching for a long time, Jiang Xiao finally found the information of the blood pool hell ghost. Blood pool hell ghost, platinum diamond, sinister and cunning, likes to eat and fear. Biological characteristics: turn into blood. The blood pool hell ghost could turn into blood and flow through any terrain. Unfortunately, that was its biological characteristic and not a star technique. Jiang Shao continued to look down and saw its 3-star techniques. Ghost lamp, gold, platinum summons a blood-colored ghost lamp. The strange light can calm the target that is illuminated and prevent them from being disturbed by illusions. Blood pool, gold, platinum causes an illusory pool of blood to appear on the ground and extend outwards with the body as the center. Within the range of the pool of blood, it causes the target to have distracting thoughts and all sorts of illusions appear in their minds. Hellfire, platinum diamond summons the hellfire to burn itself, continuously burning vitality and destroying one's willpower and spirit. In this state, any attacker will be tainted by the hellfire and be burned together. Jiang Shao had also confirmed with Yi Qingchen that the Blood Pool Hell Ghost had not activated the Hellfire Star technique. That was the reason why he dared to let the medical support cast Sound of Silence and let Gu Shi and light up again. Besides, Fu Hei and Yi Qingchen had to strike first. If Gu Shi were to use Light of Silence to shatter the illusion before distinguishing the truth from the illusion, it would easily cause trouble. That was extremely crucial. The Hellfire Star technique was terrifyingly powerful. In particular, it had to be noted that once this star technique was activated, it would never stop. This was a huge pit within a huge pit. The textbooks of China had clearly stated that it was not recommended for any star warrior to absorb the Blood Pool Hell Ghost Star beads. No matter how powerful the star techniques, Ghost Lantern and Blood Pool were, students were not allowed to try them. Of course, the Fengdu Ghost Zone had always been a dimensional space guarded by the state. There were not many of them, and they were not open to the public either. During the old days, there were soldiers who dedicated themselves to researching this star technique, but the outcome was extremely tragic. At that time, the soldiers who had activated the Hellfire were not only burned by the Hellfire, but their vitality was also continuously depleted. Most importantly, their spirits were destroyed, and their faces were distorted while their minds collapsed. It was a star technique that could not be turned off once activated. What really saved the lives of the soldiers was not the medical star technique, but the control star technique of silence. Fortunately, although the star warriors who cast Sound of Silence were also tainted by the Hellfire, the raging Hellfire was no longer permanent. Although it could not be extinguished, the second-hand Hellfire was naturally extinguished after a few minutes. It was worth mentioning that during the entire process of the Hellfire burning, the medical star warriors had been healing their companions who had been tainted by the Hellfire. Medical star techniques did not belong to the category of attack, and there was no such thing as being infected. Moreover, those who were infected by the karmic fire would not be infected a second time. Otherwise, one person's karmic fire could spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and eventually spread to the whole world. That was also the reason why Jiang Shao forbade Shadow Crow from activating the field tear. That was also the reason why the Star Advent team had to enter the Fengdu Ghost Zone before the Chinese army to clean up the 8-directional hell. Such a place was not a place that the army should enter at all. Due to the large number of people, once they were infected, it would probably be out of control if the hellfire spread. Hence, the most elite team had to clear up the 8-directional hell first before the Chinese army arrived. Similarly, that was also the reason why Jiang Shao drank the bowl of Meng Po's soup and said, "There's no place where people can't be buried." Before the Tail Feather Brigade met up with Jiang Shao really had the thought of doing his best and leaving the rest to fate. 8-directional hell ghosts, every type of ghost, without exception, had the karmic fire star technique. It was enough to imagine how dangerous it was. With a sullen expression, Jiang Shao said slowly, "The Blood Pool Hell Ghosts have left their living area and appeared at the entrance of the Fengdu Ghost Zone. That's too strange and doesn't conform to the rules of the Star Warriors world. If there are no external forces involved, the 8 directional hell ghosts won't leave their living area. In other words, second last face was cold and her voice was hoarse. Someone is secretly doing something to drive the blood pool hell ghosts here in a bid to get us tainted by the hellfire. Jiang Shao nodded his head lightly. This trip is rather interesting. Sorry, I'm late. There will be 2 chapters today, and the next one will be at 8 p.m. I'll carefully polish the plot and make it more exciting. However, don't worry. There are 8,000 words in 2 chapters too. Please support me with monthly votes. Chapter 1167. After hearing second last words, everyone in the tail feather team fell silent. The question now was, what level of Star Warrior would have to be able to cause trouble in the dangerous Fengdu Ghost Zone? Air. The meaning of playing tricks here was causing mischief, not literally. The dark fog shrouded the Fengdu Ghost Zone and seemed to have shrouded everyone's hearts. Jiang Shao thought to himself, could it be that old man? No, I don't think he's that bored. Given the old man's abilities, he would have done it himself if he really wanted to do anything. He was a decisive person. Besides, although Jiang Shao was unwilling to admit it, the old man could be considered upright. If he really wanted to harm the tail feather team, the old man could just crush them. That wasn't his style. Besides, judging from the current situation, the old man seemed to be very kind to Jiang Shao. Although he wanted Jiang Shao to improve his abilities quickly, he did not restrict Jiang Shao from carrying out missions. From that perspective, it was a sign of friendliness. After all, the old man still had to rely on Jiang Shao to help him crack the secrets of the dimensional world in the future. While thinking about it, Fu Hei said, although I don't want to dampen your morale, since there are unknown enemies, maybe we should go somewhere else to carry out the mission first? Second last said in a hoarse voice, the mountain-shattering army will be here soon. No one knows when the alien ball will fuse with Earth. If the ghost city of Fengdu really appears on Earth, the losses will be immeasurable. Second last then turned to look at Fu Hei and said, forget it before they came, but now that we've discovered that someone is secretly causing trouble, we have even more reason to investigate this place. Fu Hei thought about it and nodded. The tail feather team was the elite of the elites. If the tail feather team didn't deal with the mysterious enemies that appeared out of nowhere, who would? Seeing that second last had made a decision, Jiang Shao said, our output is sufficient. There's nothing to say about that. What we're afraid of is the mental damage and backlash. Six Tails, withdraw the double brightness light first. From now on, keep the double brightness pupils open. Don't worry about the consumption of astral power. It seems that we have an unknown enemy. Next time, you don't need my order. Use the double clarity pupils to see the illusion clearly. Once you're sure that the hell ghost in the illusion doesn't have fire of opening, use the double clarity light to shatter the illusion. Gu Shuren's searchlight-like eyes dimmed, but the pupils in his eyes did not dissipate. Clearly, he was in a state where his double pupils were activated. Jiang Shao said, be alert. Maintain formation. I'll go and scan it. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Jiang Zhao's body flickered and he appeared in the sky 2 kilometers away. High up in the sky, Jiang Shao couldn't see his surroundings at all. In fact, he couldn't even see his own hands because he was surrounded by the black fog. Jiang Shao summoned the humming whale and gave it a thought. Buzz! The cry of a whale drifted in the pitch-black fog, spreading far and wide. Jiang Shao didn't dare to let the whale sing in the team, for fear that it might attract the attacks of the vengeful spirits. However, Jiang Shao didn't have to worry about it, since he was high up in the sky. All of a sudden, the fog that he couldn't see through and the terrain that he couldn't see were clearly outlined in Jiang Zhao's mind. The humming whale is simply a godly pet. In Jiang Zhao's mind, various abysses, stone bridges, and even a magnificent city appeared in the world of the icy blue lines, one by one. The strange-looking creatures also revealed themselves. However, to be honest, the number of creatures there was far fewer than Jiang Shao had imagined. Of course, the humming whale was not omnipotent. Most of the creatures that were in a spiritual state could not be detected through sound. Jiang Shao frowned. No matter what the demonic spirits looked like, he still couldn't find any traces of humans. In this ghostly area, humans were still relatively easy to distinguish. After all, compared to the star beasts, humans were too short. Even second last could only see the old woman's waist when she was facing the hunched back in front of the bridge. Hence, it was obvious who was a star beast and who was a human. Jiang Shao observed carefully for a long time, and as expected, the creatures in the Fengdu ghost area began to get agitated with a loud whale's roar. Some of them even flew towards the direction of the sound. One had to know that these were only physical entities that could be detected. There were probably even more ghosts and spirits that were coming for them. Jiang Shao immediately flashed back to the team and rode on the Black Ridge Fire Feather. Let's go, let's go. Under the shroud of the black fog, in the pitch-black wilderness, the night wind caressed the swaying branches, making a rustling sound. There would occasionally be a few sinister cries coming from the forest not far away. In the wilderness, there were not many demonic spirits and evil spirits. Jiang Shao said, "By the way, you guys who play with dragons, tell your star pets that I'll call him Prison Dragon out a while. The genes in the dragon race might allow them to encircle and attack Imprisoned Dragon. Besides, when we reach the 8-directional hell later, don't put your star pets in the star map if they accidentally get tainted by the hellfire." While speaking, Martha quickly flew back with shadow crows surrounding her. She said, "There's a city area about 500 meters ahead that's heavily guarded." The humming whale's roar just now made them even more vigilant. In addition, there are no enemies in the wilderness ahead, but when you see the city, pay attention to the right side. There's the terrain of the yin and yang world there. You'll be able to see the old lady in a while. Be careful. Second last looked up at Martha and said, "We don't need to enter the city. Be careful when you explore the way. Don't fall into their trap." Martha nodded and smiled. Honestly, she hoped that she would fall into the trap and that the mastermind would attack her. Anyway, Martha was just a mecha. It would be great if she could lure the snake out of its hole. As a melee fighter in the starry stage, she wasn't just a nobody. Besides, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue could teleport together with the team. Hence, it wouldn't be a problem at all. After a long while, as the group went deeper, they had a certain range of visibility, and a corner of the magnificent city wall was also revealed. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to get too close. Hence, they couldn't see the entire view of the magnificent city. However, even the tip of the iceberg was enough to make them gasp in amazement. The towering walls seemed to have made Little Chongyang see another ancient Yi Pagoda city. Jiang Shao said, "Let's continue forward for about 3 kilometers. There'll be an abyss of hell." I scanned it with the humming whale just now and found 3 such terrains. They're all on the right side of this city. While speaking, Jiang Shao turned around to look at the forest on the right. There is a stone bridge at the entrance of the forest. There is also an old lady in front of the stone bridge who was constantly waving at them, gesturing for them to go over. Little Chongyang leaned towards Jiang Shao and asked softly, "Hey, there's another old lady. Are we going to have some soup?" The quantifier was broken. Jiang Shao discovered that no matter what he counted, Little Chongyang's quantifier seemed to be only. Jiang Shao patiently said, "Have you forgotten what I told you?" Chongyang was stunned for a moment. "What?" Jiang Shao said, "I told you before that ever since we crossed the bridge of helplessness, the living beings inside are no longer friendly. That old lady will only be friendly when we walk out of the Fengdu Ghost District from other places and see the bridge again. Also, you have to pay attention that you walked out from the inside of Fengdu, so the friendly old granny is definitely not facing you, but has her back to you. Moreover, she's on the other side of the bridge." "Huh?" Little Chongyang looked at the old lady who was smiling kindly and waving at them with a puzzled expression. Is this the old lady?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yes, this is not the old lady, but the old lady. Just like her name, be careful. If you go near her, she'll hit you with a bowl. The bowl in her hand can fall out. Once you're hit by her broken bowl, you'll feel dizzy. She'll also take the opportunity to eat your flesh and drink your blood." Little Chongyang couldn't help but shiver and look at the benevolent old lady curiously. He felt that she was extremely friendly. Jiang Shao said, "Have you guys discussed it with the star pets? I'll release the imprisoned dragon." "Okay." Second last responded calmly and stroked the skin of the hidden dragon beside her. Han Jiangxue, on the other hand, simply put the star dragon into her body. At the next moment, a behemoth that looked like an ancient divine beast appeared quietly. The pitch-black imprisoned dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, but it did not make a single sound. Jiang Shao had already told the imprisoned dragon through the humming whale to be quiet and not make a sound. The poor overlord of the dragon cave, the star-imprisoned dragon, actually dared not make a sound at all. It was really unlucky to have followed such a shameless master. The appearance of the imprisoned dragon also made the seemingly benevolent old lady's face stiffen. The benevolent smile disappeared, and she looked up at the terrifying imprisoned dragon in the sky. The old lady hesitated for a moment before turning around to leave. "Hey, dragon, catch her!" The ground in front of the bridge suddenly tore open and a small imprisoned dragon emerged, wrapping itself around the old lady's body. The old lady was shocked and finally revealed her original appearance. She had a menacing expression and was tearing at the little imprisoned dragon that was wrapped around her body with her shriveled hands. Her gigantic body gave her unparalleled strength. Just like that, she supported the little imprisoned dragon and stepped onto the stone bridge. Jiang Shao didn't intend to let her escape. She was at tinder. As for whether she could find the bridge after entering the Calamity Shadow world, Jiang Shao didn't really care. After all, such creatures were considered evil spirits and deserved to be punished. In the future, there would be more and more ghosts in the Calamity Shadow world, and it would be ghost soldiers to build a bridge for her. Just as the other two imprisoned dragons broke out of the ground and attempted to grab the old lady, a white figure suddenly appeared on the stone bridge. The white figure with disheveled hair had the same sinister gaze. He looked at the crowd through his disheveled hair. His menacing gaze made everyone's scalp go numb. As Chinese, they were more or less influenced by supernatural stories. It took some time to get used to this place. After seeing enough ghosts, they would probably get over it. Jiang Shao said that bridge is the entrance to the yin-yang world. The moment you step on it, you will be in by Bian and He Wujio's territory. Looks like this little white doesn't want me to snatch people from its territory, especially this old woman who is trying to tempt its prey. Fu He laughed out loud. Although, well, he knew he shouldn't laugh in such a terrifying atmosphere, but he couldn't help it. This little toxic healer. You can even come up with a name like Street Granny? You're really a genius at naming things. Jiang Shao said, "By Bian's existence means there will be little ghosts following behind. Blade Ghost Soldier, Saw Ghost Soldier, Ice Ghost Soldier, Mirror Ghost Soldier. Very good. I've gathered all the species in the yin-yang world at once. I'll go to the bridge and open the door to the Calamity Shadow world. All of you, attack the bridge and bring out all the evil spirits hidden inside." With that, Jiang Shao flashed and appeared in front of the bridge. All of a sudden, a pitch-black figure emerged from the bottom of the bridge. Before the white, ghostly figure appeared, the black, ghostly figure stretched its arms forward, and countless star power chains appeared out of thin air and swept towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao reacted extremely quickly. He immediately opened the door to the Calamity Shadow world, and the thick star power chains charged into the Calamity Shadow ruins before Jiang Shao was imprisoned. Han Jiangxue's eyes lit up. From what she knew, He Wujio could only throw out one chain, and it had to be thrown out from his hands. But now, look at He Wujio in the strange ball. Look at the densely packed chains in the sky. How could such a star beast and star technique be so powerful in the strange ball? The chains were not just for whipping. They could imprison the target and cause damage to the soul. All along, Han Jiangxue had been particularly concerned about her star slots. At this moment, even though she had yet to be transformed by Jiang Shao and had yet to enter the starry stage, she still had some empty star slots that she could use. At this moment, Han Jiangxue lacked a control-type star technique. He Wuzhou's soul-hooking chain was an offensive-type star technique, and controlling attributes was just an additional product. Even if one was entangled by a single chain, as long as one's strength was greater than the other party's, they could even turn the tables and use the chain to pull the user over. On Earth, the true function of the soul-hooking chain was to attack the target soul. However, the high-quality soul-hooking chain in the Strange Ball had clearly overshadowed the main star technique. As an offensive-type star technique, it was superior in terms of control. The most important thing was that the offensive-type soul-hooking chain star technique could not be purified. In that case, Han Jiangxue swung the ice roar and smashed the stone bridge frantically, sweeping all the evil spirits hidden in it out and forcing them to rush towards the door of the Calamity Shadow World. Countless small imprisoned dragons also sealed the various star techniques of the group of malevolent spirits and flew towards the Calamity Shadow World with the malevolent spirits that had been smashed. The members of the Tail Feather team felt more confident after sensing the horror of the Roar Dragon. At this moment, Han Jiangxue was thinking, should I learn the soul-hooking chain? The soul-hooking chain in the Strange Ball did not have to be thrown out by hand. Instead, it had a fixed point in the air. That way, there would be many possibilities for manipulation. If I have this star technique, I can teach him a lesson. 5 iron chains, hands, legs, and head, all of them tighten around him. Lengthen, straighten, nail him firmly in the air. If he dares to run around again in the future, I'll punish him with 5 chains. Chapter 1168. Please forgive me for taking a day off. 9-star poison milk is taking a day off. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1169. All along, Han Jiangxue had been a more realistic person, but the trip to Fengdu tonight made her fall into fantasy. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into Han Wuzhou, even though she had yet to acquire any star techniques. If Jiang Shao knew what she was thinking about, he wouldn't panic at all. It's just a matter of opening the space-time rift. I'm a man who's like the wind. I'm so happy. Who could tie me down? Hence, not only did Jiang Shao not panic, but if Han Jiangxue had the intention to acquire the star technique, Jiang Shao would even find a long and black hat for her to wear. U1S1. Little Jiangxue's version of Black Impermanence will probably be more fun than little Jiangxue's version of Chani, right? In less than 5 minutes, the battle ended, and the stone bridge leading to the Yin-Yang world had long collapsed due to the ice roar, fire tornado, and starfall storm. The creatures in the Yin-Yang world were indeed very strong, but the output of the Tail Feather Brigade was really explosive too. Fortunately, the team came to help Jiang Shao in time. Otherwise, if Jiang Shao were to lead the Star Advent team, he would probably have to go to Daming to seek help from the Black Ridge Firewing clan. While the Great Sage and Xia Yin went down to pick up the star beads, Han Jiangxue gestured at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao darted towards her and asked, "What's the matter?" Han Jiangxue asked, "What do you think of the soul-hooking chain star technique?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, He Wuzhou's soul-hooking chain has obviously undergone a qualitative change with the improvement of the quality of the star technique. It's very powerful. Do you want to learn it? Han Jiangxue nodded and said, I lack a control-type star technique. Besides, I want to fill up my star slots before advancing to the Starry Sky stage so that I can exchange for high-quality star beads. At this moment, Han Jiangxue was in the same situation as Xia Yin. They both had usable star slots, but they were also worried about absorbing other star techniques in the star beads when exchanging for high-quality star techniques. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, That's not right. You can't choose to fill up your star map quickly just to improve the quality of the star technique immediately. Relatively, star slots are more precious. We have to select every star technique carefully. Jiang Shao then used Star Warrior transformation again and flipped through Star Warrior era. He finally found He Wuzhou after searching for a long time. Han Jiangxue leaned over curiously and glanced at the book in Jiang Zhao's hand, feeling like she was reading a heavenly book. What kind of messy characters and symbols were these? What a mysterious feeling. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, "You can understand it." While looking at He Wuzhou's star technique, Jiang Zhao grinned and said, "Talented is my nickname. Knowledgeable is my nickname." Han Jiangxue was speechless. This star technique is really good and ideal. Jiang Zhao looked at the book and began to read. Diamond quality, soul hooking chain. Summon multiple controllable iron chains. You can choose to add soul attacks of different strengths to attack or control the target. Han Jiangxue's heart stirred and she asked, "What about He Wuzhou's second star technique? Are they still as useless as they were on Earth?" Jiang Zhao frowned slightly and read, "Diamond quality, world peace. Consumes a large amount of star power to summon large words and smash an area violently. It also prevents all targets in the area covered by the words from using their star techniques. Weapons and storage, world peace." Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Damn it, this is silence. Damn it. Jiang Zhao was not the only one who was dumbfounded. The members of the tail feather team who heard his words were also dumbfounded. Why? It was because on Earth and in the lower dimensions, the gold quality world peace was purely summoning 4 words of star power to bombard an area. The reason it was called useless was because the 4 words that landed one after another were too slow. As long as a star warrior was in the galaxy stage, they would be able to avoid the bombardment of the 4 words. However, He Wuzhou and a strange ball, what the heck? World peace. If He Wuzhou's first star technique, the soul hooking chain, was a star technique that overshadowed the main star technique, the effect of control was greater than the significance of output, then He Wuzhou's second star technique, the world peace, was enough to be called creating something out of nothing. Damn it, it's an offensive star technique. Why did it have an additional effect of silence after being upgraded from gold to diamond? Jiang Zhao couldn't help but shiver. Fortunately, He Wuzhou summoned the soul-hooking chain for the first attack just now. Subsequently, he was bombarded by the members of the tail feather team, and his star technique was restrained by the small enslaved dragon. If he had used world peace as soon as he attacked, it would have been a huge joke. Everyone looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Second last was the first to break the silence. Battles are about information and intelligence. Ninetales, from now on, take your book and observe the characteristics and changes in star techniques of any star beast you see. Okay, Jiang Zhao nodded and said, "That's a good thing too. It reminds us that we can't take it for granted that the star techniques of the creatures on the strange ball are only quantitative and not qualitative." Jiang Zhao was a living example. Many of his star techniques had undergone qualitative changes after their quality had been improved. However, He Wuzhou's star technique had evolved from an offensive star technique to a control-type star technique, which was really strange. Even a knowledgeable Jiang Zhao had never seen it before. Han Jiangxue said, "I want to absorb it." "Absorb? You have to." Jiang Zhao nodded repeatedly and looked at everyone. "Why don't we explore the yin-yang world again? How about we give 8 tales too of He Wuzhou's star techniques?" Second last agreed decisively and said, "We have to improve our own abilities so that we can better carry out missions." Everyone nodded in agreement. At the side, Xia Yin and the great sage gathered more than 10 star beads and picked them up for a long time before finally finding the pure black He Wuzhou star bead. Here, Xia Yin handed the star bead to Han Jiangxue and looked at her expectantly. Jiang Zhao continued to flip the pages, and the peculiar words in Star Warrior era turned into a domineering and cool image of Bai Bian in his eyes. He wore a white hat, was dressed in white, and had long black hair that fluttered in the wind. Damn it, he's clearly an evil spirit, but Jiang Zhao could tell that he's scholarly. Jiang Zhao ignored the first few lines of text and instead looked at the introduction of the diamond quality star technique. He murmured, "Diamond morning rod. Condenses star power and summons an illusory long rod to hit a single target. Soul attacks of different intensities can be added. Diamond wealth at first sight. Consumes a large amount of star power and summons a large text from the sky that covers an area and recovers the star power of all targets within the area. Respectful to gods and ghosts. Wealth at first sight. Fortunately, there's no qualitative change. Han Jiangxue, who was in the team, held her breath. Everyone was looking at Han Jiangxue, and after noticing her strange behavior, they were all shocked. What's with this reaction? Is it done? Just one is enough? Jiang Xiao turned around too, only to see that Han Jiangxue was looking around, seemingly looking for a suitable place for the experiment. Jiang Xiao blinked and asked, "Did you succeed in absorbing it?" Han Jiangxue's actions spoke louder than words. She raised her hand abruptly, and a large text that emitted rich blue star power bloomed in an area that was surrounded by black fog in the distance. Pong! A loud sound rang out. Xia Yin couldn't help but grit her teeth and even subconsciously took a step back. The star power was rampant, and dust was flying everywhere. Under normal circumstances, the large star power text should have fallen from the sky. However, the text that Han Jiangxue summoned smashed onto the ground and bloomed like a flower. What does qualitative change mean? What? What the hell? Qualitative change. The star power text that should have fallen from the sky should have been dodged by a star warrior. However, the diamond quality peak for world had obviously skipped the process of landing, so there was no need for him to dodge. Is this the text version of silence? Ever since the large and thick star power text heaven appeared, it displayed a powerful offensive attribute and smashed a deep pit on the ground, accompanied by the sound of stone and soil shattering. The word Tian lasted for about 10 seconds before it also shattered. On the barren land that was once considered flat, a sky-shaped groove was forcefully smashed into it. Gulp! Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed, and he flashed away. I'm testing the law. Jiang Xiao, who was standing by the side of the heaven-shaped pit, flickered on the spot, but he also discovered that his star power was normal. Clearly, after the star power text disappeared, there was no longer any silence effect. Compared to Jiang Zhao's silence, the peaceful world could provide more information to them. It was also clear when the area was sealed and when it was unsealed. Well, I can only pick bones from eggs. That's a shortcoming, I guess. Jiang Xiao thought to himself and half knelt down to look at the heaven pit. The dust had yet to disperse, and his vision was still somewhat obstructed. Xia Yin also flashed over and stuck her head into the pit to observe. Xia Yin was clearly more adventurous than Jiang Xiao. Just as Jiang Xiao was observing carefully, Xia Yin had already jumped down. Jump! Down! Go! Down! Huh! Jiang Xiao frantically reached out and grabbed Xia Yan's arm. Xia Yan's feet had already landed on the ground amidst the dust. What a deep pit! Xia Yan looked up at Jiang Xiao and said, I'm 182. How deep is this pit? 2 meters? Jiang Xiao measured the depth of the pit with his palm and pressed it against Xia Yan's head. Why do I feel like it's more than 2 meters deep? Xia Yan asked as she pushed Jiang Zhao's palm away and stood on her tiptoes to look up. Why? You don't believe me? I'll find a reference for you. Jiang Xiao then turned around to look at Second Last, who was in the distance, and waved at her. Second Last frowned slightly, but didn't move. Jiang Xiao said, Hurry, come over and help us measure it. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in 1 day. You've eaten 10,000 grilled codfish and grown so spicy. You can finally put it to good use today. Second Last was dumbfounded. Yu Xiao felt warm and fuzzy when he saw the many well wishes and caring words on the leave slip yesterday. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your company all this while. Not to mention, it was the 3rd watch of the night. Chapter 1170. It's really hard to find a good book. Hei Wuzhou's existence had led everyone astray. They originally wanted to clear out the 8 directional hell ghosts, but they ended up entering the yin-yang world. By the time it was past 7 a.m. the next day, The people who had been fighting in the yin-yang world for an entire night had already filled Jiang Zhao's world of calamity with all kinds of yin-yang world ghosts. Han Jiangxue also finally obtained the diamond soul-hooking chain after absorbing the 9th Hei Wujiu star bead. It turned out that Han Jiangxue was really lucky yesterday, as she managed to absorb it on her first try. Sooner or later, she would have to pay for it. The difficulty of absorbing the second star technique was simply unbelievable. Probability was something that was hard to explain. It's all right, didn't I absorb it successfully? Don't let your imagination run wild. Jiang Xiao looked at the barren mountain path in front of him and said, I'll just take it as replenishing the ghosts in my world of calamity. It's good that they're going, at least they can build a bridge for me. The terrain of the yin-yang world was very ordinary, and it was just a barren forest. However, there were all kinds of forked paths in the forest that led to various areas. If an ordinary person were to enter, they might really get lost. Well, the awkward thing was that although the members of Team Tail Feather were not ordinary people, they were also a little lost. Seeing that Han Jiangxue had absorbed the star technique, Second Last said, It's almost time. Eighth Last, instant dark defense. Before she finished speaking, the melee fighters in the team looked in one direction. Their eyes couldn't see through the layers of black mist to clearly see the ghostly figures in the desolate forest. However, their range of perception was much greater than their range of vision. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and heard a series of baby laughter. It was creepy and creepy. Hee, the laughter sounded again, but this time it was very close to everyone. The great sage's pupils constricted slightly, but he saw that half of a child's face was exposed behind a tree not far away. He was about 3 or 4 years old, and his face was terrifyingly white. The only eye that was exposed had no white, and the part where the eyeball should be was completely black. His grinning little mouth even let out a creepy laugh. Hee. After discovering everyone, the pale-faced little boy hid behind a tree again. However, he seemed to be someone who couldn't control his mouth. Although he was very successful in hiding, he kept laughing in a low voice, which also exposed his position. As the strange laughter rang out again, the little boy had adjusted his hiding position and was even closer to the group. F***CK. Fu Hei felt goosebumps all over his body. The kid's smile made him flustered. He asked doubtfully, That's Ghost Baby. Why would it appear in the yin-yang world? Jiang Xiao looked in the direction of the laughter and said, Be careful. This ghost infant is not a star beast, but a star technique. It's a summoning star technique from the stone infant hell ghost. In other words, there's no way to silence him. Wah! As he spoke, the strange laughter suddenly turned into a shrill scream. A child, who looked to be about 3 or 4 years old, suddenly jumped out from behind a tree and madly rushed towards them. His speed was extremely fast. Her once adorable face was now twisted beyond recognition. Her pale hands reached forward and were about to grab Gu Shiren's calf. Gu Shiren was clearly taken aback. He was very sure that the terrifying little kid didn't want to be hugged. At the next moment, Gu Shiren picked up the shadow hammer and smashed it towards the ghost baby that was dashing towards him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ghost baby that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws was astonishing. It actually pounced forward and dodged the shadow hammer. Although it could dodge the shadow hammer, it couldn't avoid the attacks of the others. Make way, Second Last. Xia Yin suddenly yelled while the sword of desperation in her hand glistened. As the sword slashed down, a small hidden dragon that was 8 meters long dashed out from Xia Yan's sword. Diamond, Yin Chong. Second Last tilted her body. She was extremely perceptive and knew what was happening around her without needing Xia Yan's reminder. The illusory Yin Chong dashed past Second Last's feet and hit the terrifying ghost baby accurately. Before the ghost baby could get up, it shrieked again. Ah! With its creepy shriek, the ghost baby turned into a ghost and dissipated in this world under the impact of Yin Chong. Gu Shiren had been activating the double clarity pupils and said loudly, I've confirmed that there are remnants of star power. We can find the source of the star technique and chase it. Jiang Xiao made a prompt decision and yelled, Chase it. As Gusher and advanced, the team maintained their formation and dashed forward quickly. The team was no longer taking the small path. Instead, they ran straight through the forest. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, the blood pool Helgul shouldn't have appeared at the bridge of helplessness at all. The stone infant Helgul shouldn't have appeared in the yin-yang world either. What is the 8-directional hell doing? Can't even keep the ghosts in my home? Since when did my hometown no longer feel warm? Hellfire. Martha yelled as she appeared in the sky. It's using hellfire. Not long after Martha finished speaking, as everyone moved forward, their visual distance changed, and they could vaguely see a huge, burning figure at the edge of the fog in the distance. It was also the image of an old woman, but she did not have a stooped body. Instead, her tall and thin figure was like a bamboo pole. As the raging flames burned, the old woman's wrinkled face was filled with endless pain. The tall and skinny old woman waved her hands, and 2 ghostly babies with pale skin quietly appeared. They quickly ran into the forest. Zhang Zhao's eyes lit up. His and Martha's senses were interconnected. After Martha discovered the stone infant Helgul that had activated hellfire, Jiang Xiao had a bold conjecture. Regardless of who was playing tricks in the dark, since the stone infant Helgul had activated hellfire, the mastermind behind it was likely to be tainted with hellfire too. At the thought of this, Jiang Xiao couldn't be bothered anymore. He immediately flashed into the layers of black fog in the sky and summoned the humming whale. Buzz. At the same time that the whale's roar spread, Jiang Gong had already taken over the role of commander and had already issued a series of orders. Jiang Gong said in a deep voice, 5 tails. Silent stone, infant Helgul. Without any hesitation, Yi Qingchuan deliberately took a few steps back, distancing himself from the crowd. He grabbed the black cloak he was wearing and swung it to the side. Using the movement of his hand, he threw a sound of silence at the burning figure. Bang! The flames on the tall and thin old woman's body were instantly extinguished. However, at this moment, Yi Qingchun's body began to burn with hellfire. Yi Qingchun covered his head with both hands and knelt on the ground in pain almost immediately after the hellfire engulfed him. He murmured in agony. Jiang Xiao had no choice but to choose Yi Qingchun. In the team, only 3 people had star techniques of silence. They were Han Jiangxue, Fu He, and Yi Qingchun. Han Jiangxue's passive defensive technique was gold quality, endurance, while Fu He did not have any. Fu He's star technique, Stone Spirit and Stone Brain, was said to be able to dispel the negative effects, but the hellfire was not a negative effect. Instead, it was an offensive star technique that could not be purified at all. Once struck, one would have no choice but to wait for the hellfire to extinguish on its own. Fu He's hands glowed, and under Jiang Gong's instructions, he frantically smeared it on Yi Qingchun's body. Specks of starlight hovered around Yi Qingchun's body, rotating in circles, constantly healing his body. Damn it. Yi Qingchun pressed his buzz-cut hair with one hand and raised his hand abruptly, after which a thick beam of blessing landed. Yes, Yi Qingchun deliberately distanced himself from the team for this moment, for the Pillar of Blessing. Due to the fact that the hellfire would not be contagious, Yi Qingchun could stand among the crowd and cast Sound of Silence at the stone infant Helgul without worrying about his comrades being affected by the hellfire. Clearly, Yi Qingchun had already thought about what he was going to do when he attacked. Compared to the physical pain, the mental torture caused by the hellfire was much more terrifying. How could he relieve his worries? He could only heal himself. Yi Qingchun couldn't be bothered to be embarrassed, and immediately healed himself. Yi Qingchun's body was drowned in the holy pillar of light before falling to the ground with a loud thud. His eyes were glazed over, and he seemed to have turned into a beautiful, retarded little girl. The stone infant Helgul in front of him had already been completely smashed. The poor diamond-quality creature couldn't even withstand a single round of attacks from the tail feather team. There were all kinds of dragons, horses, and terrifying output star techniques. Not to mention, the stone infant Helgul did not have any defensive star techniques. Even if it did, how could it withstand them? No one would be able to withstand it. To be honest, even if Jiang Shao still had candlelight endurance, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand the ferocious attacks of the Tail Feather Team. Why was the Tail Feather Team asked to go overseas to explore? It was no exaggeration to say that they were the best team in China. They were clearly the guardians of the night, but they were doing the work of the wasteland reclaimers. In the sky, Jiang Shao stood on the heart-shaped tail of the humming whale while his mind was filled with icy blue lines of the world. However, why couldn't he find it? Jiang Shao gritted his teeth and directly crossed half of the ghastly zone to summon the lone whale. Buzz! It was another deafening whale roar. The two deep-sea giant whales drifted in the dark fog. Although they couldn't see each other, they could lock onto each other's location through the faint sounds they made. Jiang Shao flashed continuously with the lone whale, and the whale roared in the sky above the terrifying Fengdu ghastly zone. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao grabbed the soft dorsal fin of the lone whale tightly. Found it. The figure that was burning with karmic fire was at most 8 meters tall. It was obviously a human. What was he doing? Digging a hole, burying some soil, and counting 12,345? Soil can't extinguish karmic fire. What's the point of burying yourself? With a thought, Martha's figure immediately appeared in a barren forest. The shadow crow that had been flying around Martha was dumbfounded. Mute? It flapped its wings and looked around, but it couldn't find Martha at all. We agreed to wander and explore the environment together. Why'd you leave just like that? Are you going to leave me alone here? This lousy place is so eerie and terrifying. I'm a little scared. After flashing several times, Martha, who appeared, did not care about the ghosts shuttling through the forest at all. She had already put together a star's martial combat sword in her cold, jade-like hands. I don't care if you're a human or a ghost. Anyway, you're an enemy and not a friend. Martha appeared in a half-kneeling position. She was completely aware of the environment and knew what she had to do. The moment she appeared, she stabbed the sword down. Screech! The sword pierced into the head of the human in the soil, accurately like a knife cutting through tofu. The soil, including the head buried in the soil, was extremely fragile to the combat saber. There was a cracking sound, like the sound of fog breaking. The ground under Marta's blade suddenly caved in slightly. Puff, puff, puff. At the next moment, to Martha's surprise, 7 blood-colored bats flew out of the soil. The 7 bats were the size of a palm and were blood-colored in color. They looked extremely strange. What was particularly interesting was that one of the blood-colored bats was burning with karmic fire. Clearly, no matter how it changed its form, it still couldn't avoid being engulfed by karmic fire. Once one was hit by such a star technique, they would have to wait for it to be extinguished. The other 6 blood-colored bats were not burning with flames. Hence, they were clearly not their original bodies. Jiang Zhao's sense of smell and sensitivity were not to be trifled with. Although he had never seen the special star technique of the blood-colored bats, he almost instantly found the real body of the other party. The corners of Martha's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile of schadenfreude. Sly. You're so sly. Serves you right. Martha spun her sword and dashed forward. There were still 20 points left. Chapter 1171. At the same time, far away in the yin-yang world, Han Jiangshue's vision suddenly darkened, as if she had been deprived of her vision and could no longer see anything. Her world instantly lit up, but it was a stretch of ice-blue lines. Is this what the humming whale is trying to tell me? Everyone looked at the humming whale that descended from the sky and swam down rapidly. They couldn't help but look up. Han Jiangshue's heart raced, and she outlined a terrain in the icy blue world in her mind. It was not just a scene, but also a map and route. The icy blue world suddenly zoomed away and moved towards the south, finally arriving in the yin-yang world where everyone was. Jiang Gong yelled, "Instant defense now!" Han Jiangshue immediately understood Jiang Zhao's intentions and immediately activated the instant defense. She then teleported away according to the environment and route outlined in her mind. The members of the tail feather team rushed over, but they didn't find Jiang Shao. Well, until now, Jiang Shao had yet to appear and was still standing on the back of the whale in the sky to observe the situation. The members of the tail feather team saw the slender Martha entangling with a blood-colored bat. Actually, the scene was rather interesting. Marta stood in midair, her fingers wrapped in thin streams of energy. There was a small water ball directly above the blood-colored bat that was divided into 4 streams that flowed down in an arc and connected at the bottom. Star technique, Sea Soul Prison. The burning blood-colored bat was greatly affected by the hellfire. While trying to break free from Martha's Sea Soul Prison, it also had to resist the mental damage caused by the hellfire. Jiang Shao was very certain that if it weren't for the help of the hellfire, it might have already broken free and escaped. The blood-colored bat that was trapped in Martha's palm was squeaking in pain. The same situation was happening in the tail feather team too. The painful moans continued. Yi Qingchen curled up her body and lay on her side on the ground. The karmic fire was still burning on her body. At this moment, she could no longer care about the situation around her. In fact, she didn't even know where she was. The cloak that she had thrown out previously had already shrouded her body. She was bound to share the joys and sorrows with her master. Of course, Cloak was also helpless. It found that it couldn't extinguish the flames on its master's body no matter what. However, the cloak actually had another effect. At the very least, it could cover Yi Qingchen's body. Her pitch-black uniform had been burned away by the hellfire. Enduring the pain, Yi Qingchen pulled off the hood on his head and waved his hand. A golden illusory stick hit her own head with a thud. Yi Qingchen's eyes widened. She had thought that she would be able to dispel some of the pain with the help of the golden rod. But in reality, the golden rod that allowed her to see clearly had actually made Yi Qingchen experience the karmic fire more clearly. Xie Yin, or Song Chunqi, should be the one to deal with creatures like hell ghosts. Of course, the Star Warriors of the Black Rock Mountain were not immune to the pain of the hellfire, but they could definitely withstand the physical and mental pain of that level. At least, the Star Warriors of the Black Rock Mountain were mentally prepared. Yi Qingchen's battered appearance caused the rest of the team to worry. Fu Hei, who was beside him, was also healing Yi Qingchen. However, Fu Hei also understood that Yi Qingchen didn't lack medical treatment, but mental healing. In contrast, Yi Qingchen's blessing star technique was the best solution to the problem. While Yi Qingchen was still enduring the pain, Han Jiangxue had already started a massacre. Down! As soon as Han Jiangxue arrived, she threw out a huge star power text after receiving the message from the buzzing whale. Martha, who was extremely cooperative, immediately disappeared. The blood-colored bat that was burning with the hellfire was smashed out of its human form by the word down. Ah! The miserable shrieks were endless, and the bat's squeaking sounds turned into human screams. It was unknown if the man was in pain for being smashed by the text or being burned by the hellfire. Han Jiangxue was wearing a black cloak, and her eyes under the hood were filled with a chilling coldness. She knew that Jiang Shao had finally found the guy who was secretly plotting against them. Han Jiangxue did not hold back at all. With a wave of her left hand, 5-star power iron chains appeared out of thin air and surrounded the man. Gala! Gala! As the star power iron chains extended, the sounds of metal rubbing against each other could be heard. One by one, they were wrapped around the man's neck, hands, and feet. Han Jiangxue swung her right hand and clenched her left hand into a fist. Puff! The man who was burning with the hellfire spat out a large mouthful of blood. The 5 iron chains did not seem to have any scruples at all as they pulled back frantically, as if they were going to tear the man apart. Flat. It was another huge star power word that overlapped with the word flat and tie. In the gloomy area that was surrounded by black fog, 5 cold iron chains nailed a figure that was burning with hellfire to the air. Han Wujiu. Everywhere he went, there was indeed peace. The unfamiliar man's clothes were torn, and he was drenched in blood. He had already given up resisting and was no longer breathing. Of course, he might have wanted to speak too, but the iron chain around his neck was too tight, and he was strangled at the side. Jiang Gong rode his horse forward and came to Han Jiangshue's side. He carefully bent down and grabbed the black hood on her head with both hands. He pushed it upwards, as if he was trying to make a rectangular black hat out of it. The hellfire that lasted for 60 seconds was finally extinguished. I Ching-chun curled up on the ground and opened her eyes in a daze. However, she saw a figure kneeling in front of her. I Ching-chun raised her head slightly and looked up, only to see Jiang Shao looking apologetic. "I'm sorry." Jiang Shao reached out and helped I Ching-chun to sit on the ground before pulling her gently into his arms and whispering in her ear, "This is supposed to be my job. I'm sorry to have made you suffer." I Ching-chun was not in a good state of mind, but her words made Jiang Zhao's heart ache even more. She hugged Jiang Shao tightly and said in a soft and trembling voice, "Even if you have silence now, I should be the one to restrain the hell ghouls. After all, you have to command and lead the team." Jiang Shao remained silent for a while before saying, "Next time we see the 8 hell ghouls, let's avoid them. Anyway, they can't be turned off once they activate the hellfire skill. They'll be burned to ashes sooner or later." I Ching-chun sighed softly and said softly, "Pippi, I'm your disciple, but I'm also a member of the Guardians of the Night and a light chaser. How can I cower in the face of difficulties? If we avoid them whenever we see them, when will we be able to get rid of all the hell ghouls in the 8 directions? They are all diamond-level creatures with terrifyingly strong vitality. Will they burn themselves out?" I Ching-chun then sat up straight and looked at Jiang Shao with a comforting smile. Jiang Shao nodded and said, "In that case, let's change our plan. The next time we meet the hell ghouls, you'll use blessing to assist me and restrict their movements. Blessing is a medical star technique, and it won't let you get tainted by the hellfire. When the time comes, I'll stab them to death." Star beasts such as dragons and horses were indeed very powerful, but compared to humans, they were more likely to go berserk. Human star warriors at least knew what they were resisting and could control it. However, other star beasts would likely explode once they got tainted by the hellfire. Second Last suddenly said, "You're the commander and you're not patient now. You might get into trouble easily. As the commander, you have to think carefully before making decisions. You have to be responsible for the entire team." Jiang Shao frowned and said, "In that case, why don't I go look for Xie Yan? I'll let I Ching-chun assist him." "Xie Yan?" Ho Mingming used the star power handcuffs provided by Jiang Shao to shackle the strange man whose hellfire had been extinguished. She was walking towards the gate of the Calamity World when she heard a familiar name. Ho Mingming stopped in her tracks and looked at Jiang Shao curiously. Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yes, he's our teammate from the national team. He's now in my Calamity World." Second Last asked, "Why are you looking for this person?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "The pain of the Black Rock Mountain is just a short 7 days of fake military training for the students of the Star Warriors Academy. However, for Xie Yan, he makes a living. Since I can't be the vanguard, I'll leave the problem to the professionals." Second Last nodded and said, "Since there's such a special talent, let's go and ask for his opinion. After all, there are many hell ghosts in the 8 directions. You can ask Jiang Sun, who's stationed at the Yegu Pagoda, who's a star warrior from the Black Rock Mountain clan. He could get a few of them to help." At the side, I Ching-chun said stubbornly, "It's just my first time being tainted by the hellfire, and I'm not used to it yet. I'll be able to adjust soon. Trust me. As long as I can bear with it and remain silent, all the hell ghosts will be destroyed by us. They don't have any defensive star techniques." Jiang Shao smiled and reached out to rub I Ching-chun's buzz-cut hair. He didn't respond. Jiang Shao turned around and looked at the man who had fainted under Ho Mingming and Sun Dashing. He said, "You guys go in. You've been fighting all night. It's time for you to take a break and interrogate this stranger." Second Last instructed, "Leave someone to guard the place, lest the team gets ambushed when we come out." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Don't worry. After you guys go in, Martha, Shadow Crow, and I will teleport to a safe place to open the door." In order to avoid being eavesdropped, Jiang Shao didn't tell them where he would teleport to. He continued, "By the way, I'm not crying. You have to interrogate the criminal yourself." Okay. Second Last accepted the task and led everyone into the Calamity World. Jiang Shao also released his star power threads and brought Martha and the Shadow Crow on her shoulder with a flash. The Shadow Crow opened its eyes and looked up in a daze. What did it see? Blackboard? Tables and chairs? This is the teaching block? Martha looked around warily and said, "We'll stay here. There shouldn't be anyone here, but it's good to be vigilant. Let's not enter the Calamity World and wait for them to come out." The Shadow Crow also transformed into a human and asked with a look of bewilderment, "Where is this?" Martha glanced at the Shadow Crow and reached out to pat the dust off the chair. Liaoyan, the teaching block of the Northern Military Academy. The Shadow Crow was speechless. Martha said, "We don't know what's following us. We're covered in ghost aura now. Let's not go back to the military camp for the time being." Shadow Crow nodded. He knew that Martha wasn't referring to the real ghost escort, but rather no one knew if there were other Star Warriors who had used some strange star techniques on them in that strange environment. Under such circumstances, it was definitely not the right choice to return to the military camp rashly. Marta looked relaxed as she sat on the chair with her long legs propped up on the desk in front of her. However, her eyes were darting around as though she was paranoid. She was constantly observing her surroundings. The Shadow Crow smiled and looked at Martha's arrogant expression. "You didn't learn from Second Last. Every time I enter her office to report on a mission, she always looks like she's about to die." Martha glanced at the Shadow Crow and let out a faint. The Shadow Crow got a great shock and rubbed his eyes. For a moment, he really thought that the person sitting in front of him was Second Last. Upon hearing her nasal voice, the Shadow Crow subconsciously wanted to admit his mistake. At the same time, in Jiang Zhao's Calamity World, on the ancient island that was across the Tropic of Cancer, Jiang Zhao's sudden appearance attracted a bunch of guards. "Jiang LV! Jiang LV!" A group of soldiers immediately stood up straight and saluted. They looked at Jiang Shao with respect and gratitude in their eyes, which were filled with respect and gratitude. Jiang Shao hurriedly returned the salute and gestured for them to relax. He looked around at the tree city that had been established and the civilians who were watching from both sides of the street. His heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment, even though they were all strangers to Jiang Shao. However, Jiang Shao, who had just come out of Fengdu, felt an unprecedented sense of warmth. Humans were indeed social animals. Jiang Shao closed his eyes and felt the sun shining on his face. He stretched out his hands and took a deep breath. Is this the so-called human aura? The group of soldiers looked at each other, not knowing what kind of crazy this child was up to, just as Jiang Shao was basking in the sun and enjoying the bustling streets of Tree City. Another group of guards rushed over. "You're here, Xiaopi," Xie Yin said while looking at Jiang Shao, who was hugging the sun. Jiang Shao opened his eyes and looked at Xie Yin. "I'm here to ask for your help." Xie Yin was still a man of few words. "Okay," Jiang Shao said. "I haven't asked for your help yet." Xie Yin looked at Jiang Shao quietly and said, "As long as you ask, I'll do anything." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Okay." Chapter 1172. After informing the guardians of the ancient island, Jiang Shao returned to the stone villa with Xie Xiaohe. As soon as he arrived at the door of the villa, Xie Yin subconsciously took a step back and thought to himself, "What's this? What's this? Don't be afraid. That's my mailbox." "It's not alive," Jiang Shao said with a smile as he looked at the huge crystal dragon head standing at the door. Xie Yin had a peculiar expression on his face as he carefully observed it for a long time. "Your mailbox is really huge. Is it for sending letters or humans?" The two of them entered the house and went to the living room, only to see Hou Mingming resting on the sofa. Sister P opened her eyes and looked into Xie Yan's eyes. Both of them were one-star warriors students who stood at the peak of China. They were both national team members who represented the country. However, they never expected to meet here. Jiang Zhao's existence seemed to have changed the lives of many people. Ho Mingming, who was supposed to join the Wasteland Reclaimers and the Mountain Shattering Army, ended up joining the Guardians of the Night because of Jiang Zhao. On the other hand, Xie Yan, who had always been a Guardian, finally joined the Guardians of the Night. Ho Mingming looked at Xie Yan and raised her head slightly to greet him. However, Xie Yan remained silent like a rock in the toilet, smelly and hard. He nodded at Ho Mingming without saying a word. Jiang Zhao felt terrible watching this. Is this considered meeting an old friend in a foreign land? Why isn't there any reaction at all? Is this the demeanor of a legendary powerhouse? Jiang Zhao said to Ho Mingming, "Introduce our specific mission to Xiaohe, then take him to rest and conserve his energy. Wait for my notice when we set off." Jiang Zhao then took a step back and turned around, only to see Han Jiangxue walking towards him. "Why aren't you resting yet?" Jiang Zhao asked frantically. Han Jiangxue greeted Xie Yan and said, "Maybe I can use the fireworks puppet to help Xie Yan." Jiang Zhao nodded thoughtfully and then pulled out a book from his chest. Han Jiangxue said, "I've already replaced the platinum quality fireworks puppet. The damage of its self-destruction is pretty good." Jiang Zhao frowned while flipping through Star Warriors Era. "Are you sure you can cut off the connection with the summoned beast?" Han Jiangxue thought about it and said, "The karmic fire doesn't have the characteristics of secondary infection. The final reaction should be on the flame puppet, right? After all, the fireworks centipede is different from your bait. It doesn't share my senses." Jiang Zhao pondered for a moment before suggesting, "You can also let your flame puppet summon Little Flame Mantis. A second-hand summon shouldn't let the karmic fire touch your body." Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "Let's test it out when the time comes." If the karmic fire only reacts on Yin Xiaomu and doesn't interfere with the summoner's flame puppet, it will confirm our conclusion. I can directly summon the flame puppet to help Xie Yan. Jiang Zhao and Han Jiangxue were rather special, as they were both students who had participated in the World Cup twice. Hence, Han Jiangxue and Xie Yan were also members of the national team. However, one was a member of the team competition, while the other was a member of the individual competition. Hence, they didn't have a close relationship. Yes, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but sigh and say, "If only Elder he were here. His golden bell shield can make people invincible for a certain period of time. They won't be harmed by any star techniques." While speaking, Jiang Zhao secretly felt that it was a pity. If only he had conjured Elder He's star map earlier. Now that the star technique Earthly Light had been sealed, he couldn't create a star map. Hence, Jiang Zhao had no choice but to switch to the star map that he had already created. Ichingshin's star map also had a protective effect, but it was completely different from Elder He's orange bell shield. Ichingshin's peace buckle was immune to control-type star techniques, but it wouldn't have any immunity effect against offensive star techniques like karmic fire. While they were talking, Xie Yan, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room and listening to Ho Mingming's explanation of the mission, suddenly said to the siblings at the door, "I'm here." Jiang Zhao turned around, only to see Xie Yan's determined gaze. All of a sudden, Jiang Zhao felt extremely confident. Jiang Zhao smiled and entered the Flower Sea Ranch with Han Jiangxue in a flash. The fragrance of flowers wafted through the tip of his nose, making him feel refreshed. Han Jiangxue looked around, only to discover that there were only the cows that were strolling leisurely and eating flowers, as well as the little candlelight that was running around. Han Jiangxue's heart also calmed down, and she seemed to have realized why her younger brother suddenly brought her here. Han Jiangxue's gaze softened. It was rare for her to be alone, and Jiang Zhao's thoughtful actions made her reach out and hold Jiang Zhao's arm gently. However, little Jiangxue was overthinking things. It was because Jiang Zhao had not only sent her over, but he also brought Jiang Zhou with him. Jiang Zhou stood in the middle of the flowers and opened the door of the Calamity Shadow training space. He peeked his head in, only to see that Yinwei and Chun Lingtao were engaged in a heated battle. Jiangshou whistled, and the intense battle inside came to a halt. Master, Master, Jiangshou said to Chun Lingtao, hurry up, Xinghaiong. He then looked at Yinwei and said, come out. Yinwei was overjoyed, and a horrifying smile appeared on his dark face. As soon as his huge figure appeared, he trembled in excitement. Master is indeed a good master. Yinwei looked at the flowers all over the ground and immediately fell to the ground. Not far away, a group of flower tray bulls looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Why are you here again? Freeloading food and drinks? You even freeloaded bulls. Are you even human? Oh yes, you're a ghost. Jiangshou squatted beside Yinwei and said, it's easier to work when you're full. Later, we'll go out for a mission and we'll need your diamond quality seal of holy power. Oh. Yinwei's large hands stuffed flowers into his mouth, tears of excitement streaming down his face. Han Jiangshua looked at the grimacing monk who was lying on the ground and eating the flowers. All of a sudden, she felt a little uncomfortable with his massive body. What kind of ghost monk is he? Jiang Shao asked. Where did second last take the prisoner to? Han Jiangshua answered, in a lakeside forest. Jiang Shao said, let's go and take a look. The two of them arrive at the end of the wooden bridge, but Jiang Shao was stunned. Where's the old lady guarding the bridge? What's going on? Is a biological characteristics given by Star Warriors fake? Did she run away? Is she not guarding the bridge anymore? The sounds of shrieks could be vaguely heard from the deep forest in the distance. Jiang Shao observed for a while before walking forward with Han Jiangshua. After walking for a while, Jiang Shao was amused. Huh, Granny's here? What's she doing sneaking around? Granny Z had one hand pressed against the tree trunk, and her body was hunched, hiding behind the tree. She revealed an old face and looked curiously into the distance. The more she looked, the more agitated she became. The heavens had opened their eyes. The woman who had once made her tremble with fear was really an evil spirit. Look, that evil ghost is extremely cruel, and she's torturing a living creature. What? Is this something a human would do? This girl must be a new evil ghost. It's very likely that she's a new breed of hell ghost. Isn't it common knowledge that there are 9 types of evil ghosts in hell? Hey, what are you doing sneaking around? A voice suddenly sounded from the side. Granny Z's palm, which was resting on the tree, trembled. She was obviously shocked. She turned around, but she didn't see anything. A hand suddenly appeared in her line of sight, swaying from side to side. Jiang Shao jumped and waved his hand. Below looked down. Granny Z lowered her head and finally saw the 2 little fellows beside her legs. Granny Z hesitated for a moment and placed her finger on her lips, gesturing for him to keep quiet. Shoo! Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Granny Z hid behind the tree and pointed at a place not far away. Jiang Shao also stepped forward and tilted his head to look at the forest, only to see the cat torturing its prey. At the back, Han Jiangshua had a peculiar expression on her face. The 2 figures, one large and one small, were hiding behind the giant tree. Of course, their physiques were abnormal, but according to their proportions, wasn't this a picture of a normal old lady with a 3- or 4-year-old grandson? Han Jiangshua had never been lucky enough to see Granny Z in person. This time, she finally knew why Granny Z was said to be the only friendly creature in Fengdu. Isn't this too harmonious? In Jiang Zhao's vision, the cat in the distance was playing with the human, and Fu Hei was standing behind to protect her. Well, don't get me wrong, he's not protecting second last. Fu Hei's existence is to protect the prisoner and ensure that he doesn't get beaten to death. Fu Hei's arms were crossed in front of his chest, and his body was leaning against a tree. He had a blade of grass in his mouth, and he looked like a sloppy kid. Everyone has 1,000 faces. Jiang Shao realized that the extremely cruel scene in front of him was nothing to Fu Hei. Jiang Shao was very certain that there was a reason why Second Last chose to let Fu Hei protect her instead of Yiqingchen. Second Last grabbed the prisoner's head with one hand and lifted him with her knee. This time, The man didn't scream and seemed to have fainted. Fu Hei waved his hand again and healed the man. Second last also raised her head and looked at the forest not far away. Two faces, one large and one small, popped out from the tree and peeked over. Frightened by the menacing gaze, Granny Z hurriedly hid behind the tree and even extended her arm to pull Jiang Shao, who was unaware of the danger, behind the tree. Jiang Shao was speechless. Jiang Shao scratched his head in bewilderment and said, "Give me a bowl of soup to calm me down." Granny Z clearly couldn't understand him. Jiang Shao held the bowl with both hands and pretended to gulp down the soup. Granny Z finally snapped back to her senses and created a bowl of mangpa soup. Gulp, gulp. Jiang Shao finished the soup in one go and wiped the soup off the corners of his mouth. He then looked up at Granny Z and said, "Granny, don't be afraid. I'm going to fight the evil spirits now." Jiang Shao then strode out. Granny Z blinked, but when she saw that the girl behind her was about to follow him, she frantically grabbed Han Jiangxue and created another bowl of soup with her old hand. She then poured it into Han Jiangxue's mouth. "This is as far as I can help you. How should I put it? Have a safe journey." "You're here, Xiaopi." Fu Hei greeted Jiang Shao smilingly with a piece of grass in his mouth. Jiang Shao could tell that his mentality was not affected at all. For a moment, Jiang Shao felt that he had never seen this man clearly before. He was frivolous and cheeky, but deep down, he was probably even more ruthless than Second Last. Second Last was indeed the interrogator, but Fu Hei's presence made her feel less apprehensive. Fu Hei, who was continuously healing the prisoners, did not seem to feel guilty at all. In fact, he didn't even panic at all. What kind of people did the Tail Feather Brigade recruit? Little Qing Shun is the best. She's gentle and gentle. Second Last carried the healed prisoner and stretched her hand out, after which a gust of icy wind blew and woke the prisoner up again. Jiang Shao sized up the strange man, who was about 1.8 meters tall and thin. His facial features, were decent. He should have been decent in the past, right? Now he's almost beaten to a pulp. The most important thing was that he had an Asian face. He had his hands behind his back and was handcuffed with star power. Staring at the person who picked him up, he didn't seem to have given up resisting. All of a sudden, the man spat out a mouthful of blood. Second Last tilted her head and dodged the hidden weapon. The man chuckled and said, "Kill me." Jiang Shao frowned and thought, "Are you Chinese?" Second Last hit the man's lower abdomen with her knee, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Second Last's black clothes had already been stained red. She did not rush to interrogate him, and instead turned to look at Jiang Shao. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Shao said, "To see what's going on." While speaking, the man turned to look at Jiang Shao in a daze. Second Last also noticed his actions and grabbed his head before turning it around and aiming it at Jiang Shao. The man squinted and looked at Jiang Shao coldly, making him shudder in fear. Jiang Shao couldn't figure it out. Ever since he got on the alien ball, he didn't have any enemies. In fact, he didn't even have time to make friends with his enemies. After all, he had been carrying out missions and mostly faced star beasts. If they were to talk about enemies, Jiang Kelly might be arrogant and domineering in the Three Tails team, but she had nothing to do with Huaxia, right? The members of the Celestial Flower Organization were now completely subdued by Jiang Kelly. They worked hard for the team and acted as a professional suicide squad. Could it be the Sakura Army? That shouldn't be the case. Even if they want to seek revenge, their target should be the Three Tails team. Why would they come to the Fengdu district? Jiang Shao asked with a look of bewilderment. "It seems that you're very hostile towards me. May I ask why?" The man closed his eyes and stopped talking. Jiang Shao said, "Your mental state has been destroyed by the hellfire and you've been interrogated for so long. Yet, you're still able to maintain your mental state. You seem to be a ruthless person. I don't think I've ever provoked a star warrior of your level." The man humphed and his lower abdomen was punched by Second Last again. However, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Jiang Shao stepped forward and patted Second Last's arm. Second Last loosened her grip and retreated. Jiang Shao squatted down and said, "Our identity is clear, and we're carrying out a mission to protect our territory and the people below. Your Mandarin is very pure. If you're Chinese, then the fact that you're attacking us means that you don't care about this country. So, who are you working for? The Star Conversion Organization? The only enemy I can think of is the Star Conversion Organization. What do you get out of killing me?" Jiang Shao sat down cross-legged and asked in bewilderment, "Why won't you say anything even if you die? You're a vicious person and you shouldn't care about many things. I can't imagine why you're still insisting. Is it because of your dignity? Dignity is worthless to people like you, right? So, do others have something on you?" "Hee hee, you're thinking too much." The man looked up at Jiang Shao and leaned forward to whisper into Jiang Zhao's ear. The man said softly, "I promise that if I die, more people will come looking for you. When the time comes, we'll meet in hell." "Hee hee." Jiang Shao, however, smiled. He pressed one hand on the man's head and forcefully turned his body around. He moved closer to the man's ear and whispered, "I also promise you that I will have as many mechas as the number of people that come." Jiang Shao then swung his arm and pushed the man to the ground. Jiang Shao stood up and patted his butt. He then looked at Second Last and said, "Stubborn. I'm your type." Second Last looked at the prisoner at her feet with disdain and said, "Third Watch, 12, 17, 20. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.